Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, June 1st, 2022 at 6 p.m. It's a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. Call the meeting to order. And since we're meeting hybrid, I'll ask our city clerk to give us a roll call.
Mayor Peak,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Here.
council members Coletti,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
Emilio,
Here.
Paduri,
Here.
Tomlinson.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All present. I'll turn to Councilmember Coletti. Please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
And a vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
councilmember Paduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to approve the agenda.
Thank you. We'll turn to our city attorney, Mr. Laredo, for a report out on closed session.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and the public. Council did meet at 5 p.m. on one item in closed session. That was conference with labor negotiators concerning the Police Officers Association. Council received a report from Letitia Livian, Human Resources Director, and Donna Williamson, your special counsel. Questions were asked and some general discussion was had, but no specific reportable action was taken. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey, any announcements from staff?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have none tonight. Thank you.
Council announcements? Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on Saturday, the 18th at Lovers Point from 10 to approximately 11, I've decided, working with Jenny McMurdo with the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce, we'll be doing a memorial for the 19 children that were shot and killed and 2 teachers that were shot and killed in Valverde, Texas. And that's June 18th at Lovers Point from 10 to 11. And that's when it's going to be.
Any other council announcements? Well, I'll just add that it's already June. Next month, July 4th, we'll have a picnic organized by the Chamber of Commerce with help from undoubtedly city staff in Jewel Park. So the location is different. So be looking forward to that. All right, now moving on to general public comment. Do you have anyone from the public wishing to come speak in person? All right. No takers. What about our virtual audience?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Inga Lawrenson,
Welcome.
Joymer.
Thank you. The manipulation of the narrative coming from City Hall needs to be stopped. Twice now, the city manager's report has omitted council actions taken on the ATC project from his widely distributed report. This time, it took an amended draft meeting minutes issued to get action minutes corrected for the May 18th, 22 regular council session. Once could be an oversight, twice begins to smell of a deliberate cover-up. No wonder some clueless business people speaking at public comment seem to think the city council could override the California Coastal Commission appeal of the ATC project. There's too much disinformation. I feel pity for the poor investors being paraded through the ATC to solicit their investment in the next boutique hotel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda. I'd like to pull two items. Item 6C, the resolution on gun control, and place that under new business as item 13C, which would be the last item in our open session. And also like to pull item 8A, which is the ARPA survey. And let's hear that immediately following the consent agenda, which puts it nicely right in front of our budget. Okay, council wishing to pull any other items? I can't see Councilmember Tomlinson. Is she there? Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll turn my camera back on in a little bit, but I'm trying to eat my dinner really quick, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to pull an item from the consent agenda?
We do have Debbie Beck with her hand raised. Debbie Beck? Debbie Beck? Inga Lawrence and Dormer?
Yes, thank you. I would like to pull 6A.
6A, and that is okay, and let's put that as that does require consideration, preferably tonight. 12A. Let me make a note of that. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the modified consent agenda?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
And a vote, please.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti?
Aye.
Paduri?
Aye.
Tomlinson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. And I'll just briefly summarize what we just did. We approved council minutes from May 17th and May 18th meetings. We've approved a resolution recognizing June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month from Mayor Pro Tem McAdams. We have held a second reading and adopted an ordinance to continue temporary outdoor dining rules for 1 year. And we have held a second reading, adopted an ordinance amending chapter 14.08.030, allowing dogs in Caledonia Park during special events. And we have also received a report on city council goals and tactics, an update from our city manager, and as well from our city manager, local emergency actions, of which there were none. And we have authorized an MOU with the Monterey Regional Waste Management District regarding compliance with Senate Bill 1383, which is collection of organics. We've received minutes from the Economic Development Commission in April, the Library Board minutes in March, the Planning Commission minutes from April, and the Traffic Safety Commission minutes also from April. And that brings us to the former item 8A, the ARPA Communities Survey.
Mr. Mayor,
Good evening, council and mayor and our community. I'm going to share the screen here and show you is that the wrong, do you see a presentation or do you see the report?
This is the report, Ms. Francis.
Okay, perfect, thank you. As mentioned in my agenda report, if you want to take a look at the full survey and analysis, you can go to cityofpg.org/ARPA, and it will pop up this final PDF report. The executive summary that's stated in here expresses more support for city services and infrastructure funding, improved parks, road repairs, and recreational opportunities, funding for public safety, economic issues like housing, homelessness, and relief for local businesses. And then free text response reveals that residents are also interested in traffic control and enforcement measures. And it looks like conversations on ARPA funding received limited online attention, mainly driven by the city's announcements inviting residents to participate in the survey. So there's information on the demographics, the closed-ended questions analysis, and then here are the priorities as it relates to the closed-ended questions, which I discussed at the prior council meeting. So you have street maintenance, wastewater and sewage infrastructure, and parks and recreational programs are the top three. That really concludes my report for this evening. If you have any questions for me and Ben, I'm available. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment? Either in person? No. All right, virtual?
Just a moment, Mayor. Yes, we do. Inga Lawrence and Dormer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Once again, the narrative is controlled from City Hall, from the hiring of Zen City in the beginning to ask these questions that are handpicked and as the examples are. But one thing shows up very, very clear when it comes to ARPA funds, and that increasing city employee wages comes up as very low priority any way you cut it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
I want to thank Ms. Francis for running the survey, providing a great summary of results. I guess I only have one question. Is the survey finished? And are these all the results? We've heard some intermediate results, but I just want to be sure that this survey is finished. And council has all the information that was requested, which was considerable, 848 responses. So thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I think for me, the purpose of bringing back the survey was to do a deep dive into the 460 something individual comments. And so, Ms. Francis, you kind of skipped that in your presentation. Would you mind going down farther and reviewing those? Because I think that those top three are very important, especially when residents are writing them individually on their own. And then I will have some comments after that. Thank you.
All right, so the open-ended questions, so not the closed-ended questions that I was showing you before, but the open-ended as it relates to activities for children and youth programming showed many comments associated with that. Again, streets and sidewalk repairs were higher on the list. Housing and homelessness, parks and trees maintenance, public safety, traffic enforcement, infrastructure, our senior citizen population, and local businesses. So out of the 800 plus respondents, 463 put in free text words. And so the analysts over at Zen City, they looked at those open-ended responses and they put them into these different categories.
Thank you. And then so the top 3 is activities for children and youth, streets and sidewalk repairs, and then support for housing and homelessness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams, are you finished? I'm not.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted Jocelyn to present on the comments, because I think that was the purpose of this
Okay.
presentation.
All right. Any other council member discussion on this item? It is to receive the report. So
And-
Councilmember Emilio.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Also on that activities for children and youth, I noticed many of the suggestions include requests for a skateboard park. So.
Yeah.
Done.
Good. Councilmember Coletti.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'll just point out that the survey shows, and I agree, that ARPA funds to be used for salary increases are probably at the bottom of the list, and that we should focus as we start to discuss our budget. We should start thinking about how we want to program that 1.8 million. I don't think it's a fait accompli that only $800,000 are going to be available for the types of things that are shown here on the survey. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I would just comment that, looking at the trend, I kind of would like to see that chart, that first chart again, if I could, but I'll talk about it when I talk about the budget, but it appears that the respondents, of which it was pretty robust response, was infrastructure and if I can get that chart. Streets and sidewalks, and I believe youth and recreation. Yeah. So parks and rec, street maintenance, and infrastructure. So that's kind of where the leaders were. And so I definitely think that that's a significant response, and given how many respondents we had. So that's important. Thank you.
Okay. I can't see council, maybe Ms. Francis, you could stop sharing your screen. Anyhow, is Councilmember Pedori, does he wish to make comment? No. Okay. This is receive the report. So thank you very much. And moving on to the next item, 11A, fiscal year 2023 operating and capital improvement budget. Ms. Hannah.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and members of the public. The item that I have before you this evening is an ordinance to approve the fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget, and also an amendment to the current year operating and capital improvement budget for just some minor adjustments. Just as a recap, this budget has been in a very compressed, was very compressed this year. We're not able to do the mid-year financial update until April. We adopted the master fee schedule as well in April, and the 5-year forecast was presented in May. And this was primarily due to waiting for the results from the Measure A tax initiative. We also discussed at that same meeting in May, financial information on the local water business plan, with some of that information incorporated into this budget. And on May 11th, we received the capital improvement plan, the proposed capital improvement plan, as well as the first round of the ARPA survey results. Tonight, we'll be looking at the first ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 2022-23 budget. And as a very high overview, looking at the general fund, we're anticipating close to $3.1 million in revenues and $30.4 million in total expenses. As you can see, the revenues have increased close to 3.7 million, and the expenses overall have increased by a corresponding rate. A couple of things to note is that we did program $1 million in ARPA funds, and we'll be covering some of the other additional items. There's $575,000 contribution, and you'll also see a large transfer out of 1.1 million. And included is that amount is the promissory note proceeds, as well as $100,000 additional contribution in water entitlement sales going to the local water project. We're projected to end the year with just over $10 million. And to look at it from a perspective of are we going to be within our budgetary reserve target? If we end the year with just over $10 million, our minimum policy level is $10 million, and we're above our target by $16,000 if all projections hold consistent. I just wanted to touch upon ARPA funds. A couple of notes on that. The city did qualify under the category for replace lost public sector revenue, which gives the city a little bit more flexibility and use of the funds. However, noting that when council goes to make decisions on the use of ARPA funds, that consideration could also be given to some of the stringent requirements that might be imposed for those funds that could be passed off to individuals as subrecipients. We want to be keeping in context with the federal guidelines because they will be auditing to ensure that we disperse any cash or services to for maybe housing or business assistance. The fiscal year 2021 allocation included $1.45 million, which was used to eliminate the furlough, restore positions, and reinstate program funding, and about $400,000 that was to be used to various capital improvements, such as a contribution to the Del Monte storm drain improvement, as well as the animal control vehicle and some of the items from the parks inventory assessment. The proposed fiscal year 22-23 allocation includes a general fund appropriation of $1 million from the ARPA fund, and the use of these funds would be consistent with the guidance by the U.S. Treasury. There is an additional $849,000 that is retained within that fund for allocation at a forthcoming meeting. And one thing to note in this presentation, at the top of most of the slides, I've indicated where you could find more information out within the budget document. So if you wanted to see the fund balance for the ARPA fund, you can see that on page 25 of the document. Some of the key items that are in the general fund, and just noting that there has not been much changes since this information was reviewed at the 5-year forecast and looking at the base year. The primary difference is the inclusion of the water promissory notes proceeds and their reallocation or transfer back to the local water project. Most other revenue and expenditure assumptions have remained the same, with maybe the exception of moving maybe $20,000, $40,000. So this does include Measure A sales tax revenues for 3/4 of the year, which becomes effective in October 1. It includes the $1 million ARPA contribution, and it also includes the promissory note proceeds, which is part of a deposit, as well as a full amount that was a developer purchase of water entitlements. We will also be adding 1.5 regular FTEs, which are for 2 3/4 time librarians. And just noting that the addition of these two positions are cost neutral. As you may recall, in prior years, the city has created a pool for temporary and on-call positions. And to provide more stabilization within the library and not rely so much on on-call staff, they wanted to go ahead and make regular positions using that money. So with using that pool and money, which will be reduced in this fiscal year, is giving salary and benefits to create these 2 3/4 librarian positions. We're also seeing the CalPERS unfunded liability cost go up by about $406,000. And we previously talked about the cost of living adjustment for all employees, which is estimated to be $300,000. And noting that this is also something that the HR director is going to incorporate into her her retention policy for employees. And it is something that's prevalent throughout many areas right now, is because of the Great Resignation, there's been an emphasis on keeping employees or attracting the right type of employees who want to grow and stay with the organization and invest in those employees, as well as inflationary costs have risen. So this 3% increase with those dollars would be used to assist the employees in the next year. There's also an increase in legal services. We've seen that. We've had to amend the budget last year. It was $379,000 over the original budget, or $134,000 when compared to the estimated or amended budget. We also have rising fire contract services of $141,000. And there also has not been a class and compensation study for the unrepresented or department head groups. Studies have been conducted and compensation studies have been implemented for the General Employees Association, the Management Employees Association, as well as a review for the Police Officers Association. And because of that, this group has not had any elevation or comparability to what market is. So the initial estimate for that is $140,000. And that does include the senior program manager level or deputy director level positions. As mentioned earlier, it also includes transferring water entitlement sales to the local water project and funding for CIP project transfers of $575,000, with a remainder allocated to capital purchases for a total of $720,000 general fund contribution. Just as a recap, general fund revenues are projected to be $30.6 million. This is an increase of $3.7 million, or 14% over the 21-22 adopted budget. And in looking at that, you'll see it's $1.9 million, or 6.7% over the estimated amended budget. We noted at mid-year that we've seen significant performance recovery in the transient occupancy tax category, as well as the sales tax category, which contributed to that increase. Another thing to note, that the other revenues are typically not 4.8% of the complete budget, but that is primarily due to those water entitlement promissory note transfers. Just as a recap on our core revenues, property tax trends are anticipated to increase by about 4% on real or secured property, and on unsecured property and on late assessments, we're projecting just a 1% increase, for an overall increase of 3.8%, or close to $300,000. Also noting that between fiscal year 19-20 and fiscal year 2021 was one of our highest increases, with close to 6%, or $600,000 in property tax revenues. Transient occupancy tax trends includes a modest 3% increase when compared to the prior fiscal year estimate. You can see how, due to COVID-19, this revenue source has decreased, but also noting that we're projecting that the commercial property transient occupancy tax revenues are exceeding their highest year, which is in fiscal year 18-19. Another note is that while there is an increase projected in the short-term rental category, it doesn't appear to be as substantial. And one of the reasons that we're being a little conservative in this category is that during the first year of implementation of use of Airbnb, there were a lot of advance reservations that inflated the year. So when going into next year, there's more of a moderate increase in that category. Sales tax trends significantly higher. We are projecting the $975,000 estimated from Measure A, as well as what we're seeing in our most recent report from HDL, which is our third-party consultant, is that they're actually projecting that the 21-22 estimate will come in higher than what we've seen, as well as contributing to the higher base year in 2022-23. General fund expenditures at $30.4 million, 3.7 million, or 14% over the adopted budget, or 2.5 million, or 10.5 above the estimated budget. Salaries and the unfunded PERS liability represents close to 51% of the budget, and transfers are a little bit higher this year, primarily due to those water entitlements moving out. Just on a quick note, these are the expenditures by category. Typically, we have gone through a listing of changes within each department year over year in a separate slide. The details by department level are included in the attachment to the agenda report. One of the reasons why it's a little bit challenging to explain by department some of the differences, if we've incorporated a 3% COLA, as well as we've allocated the $400,000 in unfunded liability, it's a little challenging to narrow that down among what is above and beyond the changes within each department budget. But just on a side note, what you're seeing when you're looking at fiscal year 21-22 estimated, the fiscal year 2023 budget, we have an increase of the unfunded liability, which is included in the salaries category, of approximately $406,000, but that does represent $3.7 million of those $15.5 million. Another note that you're seeing an increase in that particular category is in the prior year, fiscal year 21-22, we had an officer vacancy in police, a half-time CSO vacancy, and we've had some vacancies with a deputy director position in finance, as well as the environmental programs manager. And so when these positions, when we're estimating till year end, we're assuming that whether or not they may or may not be filled, but we're also taking into consideration time that has elapsed, whereas there has been salary savings. So that along with the increased PERS contribution and the COLAs are contributing to that difference between the 3.9 million and the 15.5 million that you're seeing. One thing I wanted to quickly recap is just the forecast. It has just been updated for the base year, and there hasn't been much changes. It references the now proposed budget, and just knowing that the forecast is not a budget, it doesn't assume other events will intervene, and it's there really to provide an order of magnitude to the changes that could be to the general fund to help preserve fiscal sustainability. And noting that this recaps fiscal year 21-22. The orange line shows where we're using ARPA funds to assist us in both of those years. And then there comes the question that if some of these COLA increases or class and compensation studies are implemented, are we going to still have the money to fund them? And from an ongoing perspective, The answer for those two items would be yes, if all things hold constant. The reason being is because we have close to $900,000 in pension obligation bond payments that are no longer needed in fiscal year 23-24. And we also have the other quarter of Measure A revenues coming in, which is just above 300,000. So those additional funds contributed to where you're seeing that expenditures are below the blue revenue line in the outgoing years. What we are seeing in the overall forecast is that on average, there's about $639,000 left in residual funds for programming, or realistically $500,000 when you consider meeting the city's reserve requirements, which are calculated based on a percentage of operating expenditures. Just as highlights, the capital outlay. One of the things, we had a previous budget was a cybersecurity assessment, and we did not get around to performing that. That was also included in the IT strategic plan. A hybrid patrol vehicle for an older unit that needs to be replaced, and a generator that is partially funded by the sewer and general fund, 2 streetlight poles, a fiber connection from city to AMP, which is coming from the PEG fund fees, library self-checkout equipment, which is coming from some of the library donations, and a cemetery data connection, which is needed to really provide access to the individuals that are at that location. This is just a partial list of projects that are included within the budget. The total project budget is $5.2 million with a list of these items. You can read more about these individual projects on page 166 through 187 of the budget, as well as review their funding sources. This does just only include $5 million. The remainder of the projects are typically under $60,000. In the enterprise funds, just as a recap, we looked at all of the enterprise funds, and when we look at them from the budgetary perspective, we have been including their fund balance basis that is consistent with the audited financial statements. We are working to transition to this to available fund balance, but we have to work through some of the year-over-year mechanisms that's more related to year-end accounting entries. But looking at available fund balance for the end of the years, the cemetery is anticipated to have $522,000, the golf course $89,000, the local water project $30,000, and the sewer fund at $6 million. One item that I wanted to highlight is the council has pledged that all water entitlements for fiscal year 21-22 will go to the local water project. And at this point, what we're seeing from an unaudited basis is that we've received over $100,000 over that initial projection. This does not include the promissory note proceeds. So really that $30,400 after we review those additional entries could be closer to $130,000. And just on a side note, this also includes the funding to transfer the water entitlement proceeds once they are received, $600,000 of that to the sewer fund to pay off the sewer interfund loan. Internal service funds, as you can see, we don't typically retain a significant fund balance within all of those funds. The employee benefit fund is a little bit of a pass-through fund where we will collect part of the funds from the employees' portion of payments and then send that out to vendors, as well as some city contributions. The liability fund, there is a requirement for cash to have at least cash on hand of the equivalent to 2 payments that meet our self-insured retention level, which is 300,000. And in looking at the cash balance, the liability fund, it should be in balance with having that $300,000. The same with the workers' compensation balance. Council wanted to include, to have that end each year with a positive fund balance, as well as there's policy guidelines that say the workers' compensation current assets will be at least $67,000, 67% of total liabilities. So in both of those instances, we're projecting to end the year to meet both of those requirements. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Do we have any public comment in person? Please come forward to the podium. Don't be shy. Welcome.
Sally Moore, and I'm concerned about the Kraken slurry seal. I've been walking in different areas and noticed that a lot of them that have been sealed are wide open. There's grass growing up through, and I understand the premise or the promise that that will help save our streets. But if they're wide open, even with the slurry seal for grass to grow in, if it's 300,000, what would that cover just to pave a section of streets? So anyway, I know you can't answer that, but I'm well aware that a lot of these are wide open even after being sprayed. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We do have some online.
All right, our virtual audience, welcome.
Andrew Butler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is
Thank you for your time. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. On behalf of the General Employees Association, I would like to thank the city manager, Mr. Harvey, and the Administrative Services Director, Ms. Hannah, and the staff for putting together the proposed budget and including a 3% cost of living adjustment for all city staff. The GEA appreciates this consideration and urges the council to approve this part of the proposed budget. Inflation has affected everyone, and although 3% does not cover everything, it's a step in the right direction, and that the members of the GEA recognize as a gesture of the city's willingness to provide an environment that sets the foundation for the improvement, employees' retention, and the wellness. Thank you for your time.
thank you.
Inga Lawrenson Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wrote to you today. In today's Herald, I see the city of Pacific Grove having the same problems as Monterey County and strongly object to the appropriation of 1 million of ARPA funds withheld by the city manager to use for employee wages and benefits. This is simply not sustainable in the long term. Using one-time funds for future increases is not prudent. Monterey County, it says, driven primarily by increases in employee wages and benefits, they'll start the fiscal year looking at a general fund deficit. And they're trying to figure out, well, this is what we will be too. The raises with promotions, which we've already given, puts certainly, we have now 3 assistant deputy city managers, as well as our city manager. It puts them on a level, it already did. They already got a raise there, and that's only going up too. During the COVID period, the library turned over a large donation to the city staff to fund positions to open again. And now here they're taking, it's like, where else are you grabbing money? Pay Peter to pay Paul, smoke and mirrors. This is simply, I do not see, and with pensions, this being sustainable and the allocation of all the ARPA funds, which was not put out to, when this was touted as all these ARPA funds, it was touted to all the boards and committees, et cetera, as 1.8 million, not the fact that, oh, we've already taken $1 million. And I really do object to these raises. It's not sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further public comment.
Okay, I'd like to start off with a few just general comments. First off, as usual, thanks to the staff. I know this is a huge effort by all the departments to put this budget together. Much appreciated, and I heard that it was under a compressed schedule as well, making it more difficult to do. And I saw in the report, it's been year after year that the accounting department has been recognized by their accounting colleagues for excellent service, and that's great. And that's good to have that recognition. And so with that, I'm suggesting that now perhaps the focus can be turned to how to improve the budget for the customers. And by customers, I mean the public and city council. And my suggestion as an example would be to provide additional details. So for an example, under supplies and services, for four of the departments, excluding fire and public works, for example, and legal, supplies and services are about $5 million. And that's the only description. Supplies and services, you add them all up, $5 million. And so my suggestion to staff would be to start including that information. I think that is what certainly and I believe my colleagues and community would appreciate. It would make it more customer focused. I had a question for Ms. Hannah. When do we receive the ARPA funding of approximately 1.8? When should we expect the check in the mail?
I'm sorry. I anticipate that we'll be receiving the check in July that's similar to last year.
Okay, excellent. Now I have some process recommendations for my colleagues. And we've talked about the capital improvement program and using ARPA funds twice, 2 or 3 times, actually. Now we've got the survey. Much appreciated all that result. I'm thinking that we still have work to do. Particularly the additional ARPA funding is unallocated, $848,000. And first and foremost, this budget is a planning document. And I think that, well, good governance says, and many agencies budget on a yearly basis, some every 2 years. And this is the time for us to approve a planning budget. And so I urge my colleagues to think about, let's get this done. All this hard work by our city staff, and now it's up to us to approve a budget, and that includes unallocated monies, which is the $848,000 in ARPA. So here's my recommendations. One is that we form a subcommittee, a council subcommittee for proposing the remaining ARPA funds, the unallocated ARPA funds, plus any other capital projects that might be good and we might find as a result of unallocated services, of which we just got information last night and this morning from our planning director. There's, I think, some significant places. So I would like to volunteer for the subcommittee, and I'd like to volunteer Councilmember Tomlinson for that subcommittee as well. And that subcommittee could possibly come back at a special council meeting in a week from tonight. And we could finish up with our deliberations on this budget Or we could just have a special meeting. I mean, if you don't like the subcommittee idea, I'm suggesting, let's get this done, a special meeting in a week. Or so, either or both. And let's not delay. Oh, and my other suggestion, and Councilmember Emilio already beat me to the punch. I suggest that we refer a skate park project to the Recreation Board. I think they're more than capable of fleshing out this is a large project, location, cost, size, goes on. So I think we ought to refer it to the Recreation Board. I think it's a good thing for them to do. I have some other specific comments, but I will defer to my colleagues who wish to speak first. I see Councilmember Emilio.
Just to be clear, Mayor, these, some of the factors related to the increase are listed below on page 127 of 153. We're still going to be implementing that, correct? Possibly, right? Or we're going to hold on that.
Well, these are all incorporated into the proposed budget,
Okay.
but so that staff is asking for our approval on these.
On these
would
items, okay.
include these particular items.
Okay, I have a couple of comments on that, but I'll wait on one of those comments. You want me to go ahead and
Please.
talk? Yeah. I'm going to talk about the incorporating a 3% cost of living increase for all city employees, the 300,000. And, there was a comment made about inflation. There's no doubt about it. Inflation of, let's make it simple. Eggs, go out and buy milk, butter, cereal. And how about gas? For myself, I just spent $124 filling my gas tank. And that was, just think when it was $3.99 a gallon, we thought that was a great deal, right? Compared to now. And I also feel that, our employees have taken a 1 to 2 day furlough, and we have very trustworthy and dedicated employees for Pacific Grove, including Public Works, Police Department, and our part-time employees. They took a 1 to 2 day furlough and saved the city $634,000. And I feel that we need to at least approve that, incorporating the cost, a 3% cost of living increase for all employees. We have $10.5 million in reserve. I know that's a minimum. And we're talking a COLA adjustment of $300,000. I think that's very important. Retains employees. It also attracts future employees. And I just want to make sure that that's incorporated into this increase.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to highlight a couple of things that I was very encouraged about. One was that we're going to be transitioning towards available fund balance. That kind of caught my eye last year when we were kind of going over the local water project, where it said we had about a 1.5 million fund balance, but we were actually we were in the red. So I think that's going to be great. I think that's a positive thing. On the COLAs, basically salary increases, 3% across the board. Ms. Hannah, that's going to represent, you're saying $300,000 for this coming fiscal year, is that correct?
Member Coletti, through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
What would be what would in that $300,000 increase would remain going forward? Is that correct?
In the multi-year projection, yes, we don't at this time have any other COLAs compounded in there. It would just be the amount going forward, which has been included in the forecast.
Okay, so we're raising salaries by 3% across the board. going forward. And we're doing that with funds, a one-time, basically a gift, or, you know, the federal government's giving us $1.8 million. So we're getting this money and we're going to program long-term spending based on a one-time infusion of cash. And I think that's kind of problematic. I don't disagree that inflation and other pressures are real, and that we have to be mindful of that when it comes to our employees. I certainly appreciate that. But, you know, when you know, part of one of your trends in the 5-year forecast was pointing out that the pension obligation payment is going to be reduced, and that would free up funds. But, you know, what's not incorporated in this COLA is, of course, or I'm just going to call it a salary increase. What's not incorporated in the salary increase is that we are actually increasing our exposure to our unfunded pension liability by increasing salaries. And that never gets factored in to the fiscal impacts analysis that we then have to review. So we have to be mindful of that as well. So we're reducing our payment on our pension obligation bond payment, but then we're going to be increasing salaries, which increases our liability for pension. So I don't mind thinking about salary increase. I don't want to program it out of ARPA money. Now, I realize it all goes into the same pot. It's in the general fund. However, I think the city council needs to be mindful of some of the contractors we're using. I think HDL, for example, I think we should not be using, if we're going to be paying more for our employees for providing services, then we need to start thinking about reducing cost for outside contractors to then use that money to pay for these salary increases. And I'm just concerned on a going forward basis of using one-time money to basically justify it and then implement it. I don't mind the idea of a subcommittee thinking about some of these things. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. And I think more meetings, we are in a compressed format right now. So I think we should do whatever we have to meet, deliberate, allow the public to get input so we can make some of the choices about programming the ARPA money for CIP and other uses. But I would like to hear from my colleagues on whether they feel whether that entire out of that 1.8 million, whether $1 million should be going towards salaries and other general fund expenses and not into services and projects, real tangible goods for the residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for this great discussion. Thank you, Ms. Hannah, and to your team and to the city staff for all the meetings we've had leading up to this point, and then ultimately your presentation tonight. As always, it was very clear, easy for me to understand. The only question that I wrote down, so that I'll start with the question and then give my comments, is it says the cost of living is for all employees, but I feel like I've heard somewhere that those who had position increases recently, I think mainly like the city manager, yourself, and Mr. Go, you actually are not a part of that 3% increase. Or am I mistaken about that?
Right now, it is set that we would be part of the 3% increase, but our positions would not be considered part of the class and comp study. The class and comp study, which would be for the unrepresented units, because these positions have been studied, and the other positions would not get the 3% on top of it because they would currently be at market.
I see. So the class and comp study, which is like $100,000 some cost, wouldn't study those positions. Okay, I knew there was a carve out for those. I just wasn't sure where it was. So thank you for that. The way it is all a pot of money, would it be better, I suppose, if the cost of living, well, let me back up. I'll say this. I absolutely support the cost of living. I think we're going to have a major problem with retaining and recruiting top talent to the city. There's a lot going on in the employment world, and the cost of living increase of $300,000, which is, I think, a fairly modest number, actually. I fully support that. Seeing that of this 1.8 million, 400,000 has to go to CalPERS increases, so more than the cost of living is just, it just is what it is. And then legal and fire and these compensation studies. So I am fine with the proposed budget of all 1 million from the ARPA money going to where you have it earmarked, Ms. Hannah, because there is the pension bond that's retiring. So in the out years, the money is there. It's not a one-time increase. Yes, I understand the cost of living is going to steadily happen each year. The money will be there in the out years because of the retirement of the pension bond in order to cover that. I think if we have a remaining $849,000 to program for lost public sector revenue, we should consider ourselves quite fortunate that we have that. That's how I look at it. The roughly $50,000 is probably more than some cities have. And it's a testament to how Pacific Grove has handled the finances. So, all that to say, I mean, I'm ready to approve this budget. I agree with the cost of living and allocating the $1 million from the ARPA money to the general fund. What else? Of the 850 that we need to figure out, I'm happy to serve on a subcommittee. I thought where we were headed with it was to all get together and decide how to program that $850,000, and that it wasn't in a huge rush or hurry to do so. So those seem to be a little conflicting of like, let's have a subcommittee meet this week and present something next week. If we want to go quicker, I fully support that as well. So hopefully we'll make a decision there tonight. And then as for the skate park, Mayor, I'll just point out some inside scoop on the for recreation. They are very much working up a proposal and a plan for the skate park on how it could work, what it would cost, how it would be funded, potential locations. But first and foremost, they're going to come to council and say, we want your approval and direction to be spending some city staff time and some resources in doing all of this. I think if I was a guessing girl, they're going to get approval from council to go ahead and run down that rabbit hole. So the next step with the skate park is for the rec department to present a plan of how they're going, how they will come back to us, but they want to get our direction first in order to spend time doing it and spend staff time doing it and those type of things. So I think my only remaining question for all of those of my colleagues is, how do we get together and program the $849,000? And I'm open to a subcommittee or an offsite kind of group meeting with the public involved. Either way works for me. I think we're very fortunate to have that money. And if this was my last point, if there is a desire to increase that amount from 849 to $1 million, I don't want to take it from the $1 million that's programmed into the budget right now. I would say let's dip into our reserves by a couple $100,000 if it's that important to us to fund additional projects. So, but I'm not supporting that at the moment, but that is an option that we could do. Thanks.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just going to go back to the original comment made by the mayor tonight. I'm in support of having a special meeting. I support a subcommittee coming back and doing some work on it beforehand, or Also having the meeting and just deciding the budget at that meeting. I think that's what that the mayor was suggesting that we move forward with in that fashion. So I'd be okay with that. So if we have a majority of folks that want to do that, then, or we all agree to do that, then I would save some of the comments for next time. But the high points, for me, I can understand where Luke is coming from as far as the using a one-time infusion of cash for long-term expenses, that it's actually going to change the salaries going forward, the pension obligations and things of that nature. So I think we do need to think about that I'm supportive of an increase, a COVID type of increase based on this ARPA, but I don't think necessarily maybe needs to come out of ARPA. So the other thing that I saw here is we're talking about unfunded liability payments coming out of the ARPA fund. And so that's also kind of another ongoing cost. It's something that's going to continue to be there. It's not going away. So we have to find a way to budget for that as we move forward. So I think maybe we need to take a more holistic view about the entire budget, including the ARPA money, because I think we do need to kind of address those things. And I don't know that they've been addressed to my satisfaction yet. So as I sit here tonight, so that's kind of the problem I'm having right now. Let's see, those are the big ones probably. What was the third? The other question I had, I guess I'll ask it, is there was a talk about the treasury regulations, use of the monies. I don't have a very good understanding right now of that, because that's something that I just heard. So it's confusing, because I think we're saying we're using the ARPA money, the $1 million, for the staff has recommended that we're programming this $1 million, the CalPERS and the cost of living adjustment, or salary increase for the employees. And I can't recall at the moment the last item, but we're programming that $1 million, and staff is recommending we program, and that's okay with the treasury, but there'd be an issue using it in a different sense. But I'm not grasping what that sense is. So I guess I would ask that question to staff.
Councilmember Smith, I might also enlist the help of Ms. Hannah. I think your question is on the allowable uses for ARPA funds.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, salary increases, capital projects, infrastructure, revenue, shortfall assumptions are all allowed in the guidance for ARPA funding.
Okay, well, I guess my follow-up is to Director Hannah, relating to her comments. I kind of want her to, if she can, expand upon her comments relating to the treasury regulations that she said tonight, because that kind of, like, to me, it sounded like there were certain ways that we could spend the money and certain ways we couldn't spend the money.
Councilmember Smith, through the mayor, just for clarification, when we aren't specifically earmarking the ARPA funds for salary increases, as well as we could not use it to pay the unfunded liability, we are using it to supplement general fund cost, not as a specific identifier. In regards to the ARPA funds, at some of the meetings, there was some discussions of using it to pass through where the city grants the funds to individuals for affordable housing, or to individuals for business recovery, or as well as to individuals for recreation programs. The federal guidance has some rules on when the city gives it to a sub-recipient. They want to make sure that if we give it to something outside of just general government services, that is a conjunction with what the federal guidelines would have. So when we look at some of these items within the budget, we are supplementing for general fund services, but when these ARPA funds are dispersed or passed through to a third party for a program, then we just need to be cognizant of what the ARPA guidelines say that we can do for third-party recipients of the fund. So if we have a program where we're saying we're going to fund $50,000 for a business recovery program, that we make sure that when we initiate that business recovery program, that it meets the corresponding requirements for ARPA, because the city at that time isn't a direct recipient. There is somebody else who's a direct recipient. So they want to make sure that we disperse those funds in accordance with their rules.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Harvey, can I ask?
Mr. Smith, Councilman Smith, didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to add a comment when you're finished.
Okay, so essentially, I'm kind of thinking we need to program this, whatever we're going to program, and I would support the mayor's suggestion of doing it next week and kind of getting it done and not dragging our feet on it. Since all the information is here, it sounds like we've got all the right people looking at this and come up with a way that we can provide an increase for the employees, but also take kind of a critical look at what we're doing. It sounds to me kind of like it's all kind of going to go to general fund and then be reallocated. So we're kind of thinking about, I think I'm locked at least into this thought process of, the $1 million is staff's recommending allocating the $1 million, but it's the $1 million is there. And then it's put into, I'm not sure I'm making sense, but it's put into this box, but it could come from it could come from another perspective. It's just all one pot sort of. So I kind of see that happening, but it's confusing to me, but we're going to work through it and let's do it next week. That'd be my guess, be my comment.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So I support a subcommittee. I want to support the COLA increase, but I do need more information. So I would like if staff could provide, just sort of an outlook of what the increase looks like over the next 3 to 5 years. But I do agree with Councilmember Coletti to not have it come out of the ARPA. It's not a one-time funding. It would be ongoing. So I think that would be important to understand what that looks like. Just a reminder, the city already took the first installment and used 100% of it, with the caveat that the next tranche of ARPA would go to deferred maintenance, community investment. That's why we did the survey and had the postcards. All of the outreach that the city has done stated 1.8 million. And so I kind of feel that, if that wasn't the truth or wasn't the case, then, it's almost like a little bit of false advertising. So I have, repeatedly said that I would prefer we invest as much money as possible of the 1.8 million into our parks, recreation maintenance, housing support. And so, if there is a general consensus of that, can we up it to 1 million, like what Councilmember Tomlin said, or just more than the 800 and something thousand? I don't think that it's fair that we're just like put in the corner and saying, okay, we're going to use 1 million again, and then here's really what you get. So I will continue to advocate for as much as the 1.8 million being invested in our community. And we heard consistently, and we had a lot of participation of what our residents would like to see, how we invest the money. So maybe even the subcommittee could come back to that, could come back with that information. And again, I don't necessarily need to get into the minutia of what project, but just out of the 1.8 million, I would like to see the most amount that we can invest into our community, and would really prefer that we up it to at least $1 million. Thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe I'm going to take a little bit of what everybody said here, but to the original point, the ARPA money, as far as I know, we've already earmarked it. So there is no specific rush to get it programmed per se. And I believe what we had discussed the last time this came about was to have a workshop where all the council and potentially the community could participate. But I'm open to however we want to move forward. If a subcommittee expedites things, etc., I'm open to it. I would say that I also second Mayor's other point, which was around services and supplies. That's something that I'm unclear as well. And so I would recommend staff to perhaps give a distinction or kind of break out of what services and supplies entails for each funds. And I had a question for the staff related to that. For example, the fire department, the page number of the proposed budget is actually page number 82 of 216. The fire and emergency services budget has gone up by over $450,000, and out of which 160 or 150 odd is just around services and supplies. And so I want to know what is driving that increase. Is it a new contract? Are they providing something new? What is exactly transpiring there?
Councilmember Peduri through the mayor. The salary and benefit line item, just for clarification, that primarily references the PERS unfunded liability that's associated with the fire contract. The service and supplies is predominantly the fire services contract. There are a few other items within there, but the majority of it represents cost for the fire contract. There hasn't been any changes, but just as the city has salary changes in their salary or the unfunded liability that's associated with those fighters are also incorporated into that increase. So the city's contract specifies that we will reimburse based on the costs that were provided in the contract for the number of firefighters, as well as a percentage of, I believe, some of the equipment or materials that are related to that are not funded by the city.
And just to clarify, all of that is under services and supplies.
Yes, that piece is under service and supplies. There's a minor amount associated for vehicle repairs and utilities at that particular location, but the bulk of it is the fire services contract.
Yeah, I would say that on that note, just for my benefit, I think it'll be important for us to do this moving forward too, is what I noted from that same page is that the key performance indicators for 21-22 was still pending. And here we are talking about a new contract. So I want to know, like, are there more service calls? Or do the service calls remain the same? Is it decreasing for us to actually negotiate that contract? So something to consider in the future. The other question, I think this was a question, but maybe I'll reserve it for later. I would say from a cost of living perspective, though, I do support the cost of living increase. At the end of the day, it's all one bucket. And what I did read was inflation has been the highest since 1981, 1982. That's over 40 years. This is the highest annual inflation rate, which is over 8%. And so we need to account for that for both hiring as well as recruitment. We need to make Pacific Grove a great place to work. So I do support that point. But overall, I'm open to having a special session, but I don't think there is a urgent need to do it right away. So I would rather go the workshop route. Thank you.
I'll jump in. We've done one go around, so this is round two. So I I want to reiterate, I have, this budget is a planning document for the entire year. It sets out the monies and where staff will direct its efforts. And so I think we ought to be looking at the whole program, the whole budget. And I heard Councilmember Smith and perhaps Councilmember Emilio also echo that. So I have a hard time approving, a large part of it, but then leaving a significant piece of it undone. So that's why I'd like to look at this holistically. And yeah, so maybe there is support for next week. We can just, I'm sure Councilmember Tomlinson already provided a spreadsheet and actually was sent to everyone with her preferences, which was not the right thing to do, but nevertheless, that's done. And it was, I found it helpful. I want to make a comment about several issues, good issues have come up about the ARPA fund. Yes, it all goes into one pot. So the ARPA dollars don't have a different color, so just keep that in mind. But the point is well taken that with a one-time cash infusion, we shouldn't be living, I'll say, high on the hog for this year, and then next year it's gone. And so one way to approach that would be to look for things that we could probably do without. We're a little belt tightening, and that's why I look at services. It says services and supplies, but it's mostly services, consultants. For example, we have in the budget two different consultant efforts for the monarch butterfly sanctuary. Do we really need two different sets of consultants? I think not. I think we need to do a little belt tightening, and that's a small piece, but a bunch of small pieces we can add together. And I see our city manager, you wanted to add something.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. And sorry, I was trying to jump in on something that Councilmember Smith was talking about, but you've hit on it again, which is that the concern about the ongoing increasing city expenses and how to find something to correspond to that. And I just want to remind the council that you do have some ongoing increasing city revenues, and notably, there was a sales tax increase that was just passed for the second time by the voters, which is half percentage increase. It's 1 million currently, but that's incremental, right? So that's going to continue to increase as sales tax will undoubtedly increase. So if you're looking for things that you're having going forward that are matching some of your expenditures, there's a revenue stream right there that is going to continue to increase. And it's currently $1 million and will undoubtedly will outpace these proposed expenditures significantly.
Okay, continue on. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I recall maybe 2 or 3 council meetings ago, we had 850 grand approximately, and we were supposed to email Mr. Harvey about some of the ideas which we had to go with 850. I know Council Member Tomlinson had put a spreadsheet together. So I personally think that we should, for the 850 grand, we should have this special meeting for all of us so we can discuss and come up with a plan for all of us. We'll probably have the same theme on that. I also want to go back to the 3%. So I think someone mentioned about the COLA. Maybe it was Councilmember Paduri, but I forgot to mention that there's in the Bay Area just recently, it was a 3.6% COLA increase. And for all you Social Security participants, there's going to be a cost of living of a 5.9% increase. And we're only talking 3% cost of living increase for all our dedicated city employees. I don't think it's time to turn our back to them.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, it's true, general fund expenses or general fund represents a single pot. But the real question is, would we be considering an ongoing 3% salary increase if we didn't receive the ARPA gift from the federal government? And the answer is no. We wouldn't be considering a 3% salary increase if we didn't receive these ARPA funds. So they are directly related. This whole one pot thing doesn't really explain what we're actually taking action on. I do appreciate the suggestion by the mayor about finding ways in which we can fund this and other ongoing costs that we're going to be responsible for. I think belt tightening. I think that's. I focused also on outside contractors. Okay. This is a soapbox speech, but here goes. It'll be short. We spent $77,000 for a outside contractor to tell us the way to improve Perkins Park was to weed and water. And I'd have done it for significantly less. But that's an example of where we've got contractors that we hire and they don't really perhaps perform. I think if we're paying our employees and we're offering a pension, healthcare, all of the great things that it includes to be a city employee, people like working for the city because we do provide a very good compensation and benefits. Then perhaps we need to start relying more on that and not so much on outside contractors. I would say that I do like the idea of breaking out the services and supplies. I don't know what my colleagues had in mind, but if we could do that perhaps before the second reading of the budget, that would be wonderful. I would hope for that. And I guess I'm all for doing this subcommittee and doing it as quickly as possible. But what I would like to see is that we go in with no preconceived notion that we only have $850,000 to spend. I think we should do the projects that we think must be done based on the fact that we have received funds and input from the community, significant input from the community on what those funds should be spent for. So I see this subcommittee coming back or just a special meeting. I'm fine with, I think it's both. It's the subcommittee is going to meet and then we come into a special meeting and council deliberates on the recommendations. But I'd like to see an open discussion about what we want to use that money for with no preconceived limit or cap, and then use that to further drive what the remainder of the budget will be for on second read. I do have a question for the mayor. Are we considering doing the first read approval of the first read tonight, or do you want to? So that's just an open question. I'll leave.
Yeah, it's a question. Thanks. It's a question I have. I mean, in the past, there seems to be or at least our city attorney has given council wide latitude for a second read. But I'm hearing support for a special meeting next week. And so we could continue this item to next week and make that the first read, and then the week following the second read as per our schedule. And I'm not seeing any.
Mr. Mayor, this is your city attorney. You can follow that pattern as so long as you continue this item and it's a continued meeting and not set as a special meeting. If you're going to adopt an ordinance that has to be done at a regular meeting, this would be a continued item under this regular meeting if you choose to do that.
Okay, well, it sounds like you and I will have to have a conversation perhaps with the city clerk as to how to notice that a continued regular meeting to next week at 6 p.m.
That's correct. And as long as we do that before you adjourn, then we'll get that language correct.
Okay, and I'm hearing there could be, I'll let Councilmember Thomason speak. Please, go ahead.
Well, thanks. So I feel like in the last month, we've kind of been like, every time we come to a meeting to talk about this, we kick it to the next meeting and to the next meeting and to the next meeting. And I thought I knew where we were headed, and this has been a bit of a put a cork in stuff for me. I would like to approve the first reading tonight, and which is 95% of the budget, and then take the $850,000 and just have that as the remaining work that needs to be dealt with. That's what I thought we were attempting to do here tonight. So, and if that were to be the case, I would propose that we adopt the first reading of the budget as is. Then with the 850, if the council is willing to allow a subcommittee to do, a deep dive and come up with some recommendations, and then we sort of do some collaboration together the next time we're together and pick and allocate that 850. Anyway, that's what I thought where we were headed. So Mayor, can you explain to me your thinking behind why do everything next week? What would change in your mind between now and next week?
What I am envisioning would be a subcommittee to come back with, based on council comments, we've talked about this several meetings, come back with maybe 2-3 flavors, I'll call them, for the budget that includes all the ARPA funding and then any additional modifications to the budget. And do it all at once. No, I don't want the kick the can. Well, we're both using the same phrase, and probably shouldn't. But I want to include the entire budget that's with all the ARPA funding and approve it all at once, not what has been proposed here. That's
okay. But so just so I'm clear, I mean, that works. That is different than what we've been talking about. And
Well,
what I thought we were going to be doing tonight I just want to not be losing my mind.
no, that has been suggested by staff to do that. There was never any council agreement that this was in the new process.
Okay. So you're proposing that we do a subcommittee of and next week we would have an additional meeting, whether it's special or continued, is important to then do the first reading of the budget. And in that first reading of the budget, it would talk about the 850, maybe it's 950 if we tighten a belt loop over here, maybe it's $1,050,000 if we tighten a second belt loop. And those projects are also earmarked and voted upon. Is that where we're headed?
That would be my vision, yes.
Okay, I just want to be very clear so that I knew what the suggestion was. And yes, I think I can do that with you over the next week and on the subcommittee, and just we'll work over the weekend. But yeah, I'm game for that. Okay, I'm done talking.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I know Mr. Harvey's got his hand up, but I would like to make a comment here. I agreed with Councilmember Tomlinson that we've had talk about doing something with the 850 altogether. It could be next week, but I'm willing to make a motion to introduce and hold this first reading of this ordinance tonight. I think it seems like we've been talking ad nauseum about this, and I know it's very important. It's a very, very large budget, but I'd be willing to make a motion on the floor.
And do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. And Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to remind council that as you have done years past, the budget's a living document, and at any time you can amend the budget, and you can amend it up or you can amend it down. You can adjust your revenues, you can adjust your expenditures, you can adjust both. You have that ability at any regular meeting, and we've done that a number of times. So we, as a best practice, because the fiscal year starts in July, we try to keep to a schedule such that you actually have an adopted budget. And so if you see Ms. Hannah getting nervous when you start trying to continue the discussions, that's because it all has to work in order for her audit to come through and for everything to flow according to the schedule. But you are never at risk. You can always come back and change, as the mayor pointed out, the spending plan. You can decide that you don't want to use X number of revenues, you want to use Y number of revenues, and you want to, adjust your expenditures accordingly. So I just want to remind you
No,
all that you
that's-
have that ability.
Thank you. It also becomes much more difficult to change it once it's been approved. So there's the plus and minus. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make an amended motion.
Okay,
a motion and a
okay, we
second.
got a motion.
Got a
Yes.
motion, yeah.
Yeah.
The motion is to introduce and hold the first reading of an ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital improvement budget, amend the fiscal year 21-22 operating and capital improvement budget, and direct the publication of the ordinance will be satisfied by the publication of the summary approved by the city attorney.
And that was seconded by Chaps. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to make amended motion that we continue this item to a June 8th meeting, whereby we will review the proposed document, the proposed budget, along with hopefully the provided services and supplies broken out, and that the subcommittee provide the council with an update on the recommended CIP projects, and will then be all considered in one meeting.
I'm happy to second that, but can we clarify the subcommittee is of Mayor Peak and Councilmember Tomlinson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro
Great.
Tem.
Second.
All right, we've already had discussion, but any more discussion on the amended motion? All right, maybe we have a vote, please. Ms. Kendall.
Which one are we voting on?
The amended motion, it's the special meeting next week. It will include additional information on services and supplies. It will have a subcommittee consisting of Councilmember Tomlinson and myself.
Your Honor, the city attorney made a suggestion. Is that, you said special meeting, but is
Oh, I'm
that,
sorry.
should we clarify what the meeting should be?
The motion mentioned continued.
Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
continue.
misspoke.
City Attorney, did you have any comment on that?
Yes, I believe that the way the motion was worded is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Council members Amelia,
No.
Baduri.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I said no.
Okay. Smith,
Yes.
Tomlinson,
Yes.
Mayor Peak,
Yes.
motion carries 5-2.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda item. Electric vehicle charging parking space ordinance, Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Mayor, this will be carried by Ms. Francis. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I have before you an ordinance for the newly installed electric vehicle charging stations in Lot 2. Some background: in 2017, AB 1452 was adopted, allowing local ordinances to designate parking spaces for exclusive electric charging and parking. In April of this year, the city charging stations were complete and online in city parking lot number 2. And in order to enforce, staff recommends the addition of 16.40.710 in the Pacific Grove Municipal Code. Essentially, it will be unlawful for any vehicle to park in a stall that's been designated as an electric vehicle charging space unless the vehicle is connected and actively charging using city electric vehicle charging equipment. The signage went out this week and it's installed. The spaces are designated with the EV charging signage. As far as enforcement's concerned, it was sunny today, so the glare is a little strange, but this is what the monitors look like. So when it's charging, it's very clear to our community service officers on whether or not a vehicle is in compliance with this proposed ordinance. As you can see, charging 39% battery. And then once it's complete, it'll clearly show that the vehicle has been charged up. And so that's what our enforcement officers will use. It's very similar to our parking meters. So our parking meters down at the American Tin Cannery, it clearly shows officers and anybody walking by really whether or not a vehicle is in compliance, and we'll use the same mechanism for this proposed ordinance. So my recommendation tonight is to adopt 16.4.710 related to the parking of vehicles and designated electric charging parking spaces. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none in person, no one's moving to the podium. Do we have anyone from our virtual audience wishing to speak to this item?
No, sir.
All right, bring it back to council. Councilmember Emilio.
I'm willing to make a motion to introduce and hold the first reading of an ordinance that adopts Pacific Grove Municipal Code, Chapter 16.40.710 related to the parking of vehicles and designated electric parking spaces. Direct that publication of the ordinance will be satisfied by the publication of a summary approved by the city attorney.
Second.
Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Francis, is there any grace period or a timeout period from when the vehicle stops actively charging? Which I guess means that the green indicator on the charging station says complete. And when a potential citation might be issued. For instance, I know using these same kind of chargers over in Marina, they give you like 5 minutes or 10 minutes to get your vehicle out of the space before they start assessing a parking fine. So I'm just curious about that. Or is it only going to be the indicator on the charger that is used to trigger a citation?
So I'll speak to this on the enforcement side of it. It would just be the monitor that my staff would use. The likelihood of us catching somebody that's been there, a minute past their time, just using the parking meters as an example, would be very rare. As far as whether or not there's a grace period, I'd have to ask our Public Works Department on whether or not that's an instant screen change, or do parkers get 5 minutes to get back to their vehicle? I'm not sure how that part works.
Okay, thank you. These are charge point chargers, is that correct?
That's
Is that the
correct.
service? Okay. And as far as I'm aware, I've got a charge point account. They will send you a text message when the charging is complete. Is that going to be the case with these as well?
I believe so, but I'll defer to Public Works just to double
Sure.
check.
Mr. Go.
Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor, I believe that is the case. And as stated, when we brought forth the fee for these at 37 cents a kilowatt hour, city staff was going to be accumulating information, which we have been doing over the last month. And we'll be bringing forth options for the city council to consider. So then we can set up these chargers any specific way we want. If the car is fully charged and the person's not picking them up, we can start charging what is called an idle fee, which will be a certain amount of money that just goes towards the person utilizing the spot and the location. There's a lot of options, and we plan on bringing forth options for council's consideration at a very near future meeting.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Mr. Go answered my concern or questions. I mean, I just, charge point with it depends on the type of speed it's charging. It could be 20 minutes, 40 minutes. I know, Chubbs probably can comment on this better than anyone because he has an electric vehicle, but unlike a parking meter where I know when I walk away that I have 42 minutes or whatever it tells me, and I can set an alarm on my phone and be back there. I would want our residents to be able to have a little bit of grace period to be able to get back to their car once it's fully charged and not be hit with a citation. Or we're gonna this is a great offering, and we don't want to kind of muck it up. In my opinion. So maybe an idle fee for those who are going to be not using it the way it's supposed to and just letting their car sit there all day for 7-8 hours and hogging it. I mean, that's what we want to avoid, right? So anyway, it sounds like you're considering all these options, and that's all I wanted to make sure that that's being done. But the ordinance, I think, is step one. So I'm happy to support the ordinance, Ms. Francis.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's one of the questions I was going to raise too, is just curious to know, because when you're charging an electric vehicle, you don't have to necessarily charge it to 100%. So you can stop midway. And does the screen actually reflect as soon as you stop it that it's completed? There are parking meters, for example, that show how idle you've been. Are you over 10 minutes or over 20 minutes? Does this screen show us idle +5, something like that? That would be helpful in assessing whatever we need to do with respect to enforcement. So I would suggest we take a look at that, because ChargePoint is an established operator. They should have options. But I'm in support of this. Actually, I had another question. So when the ordinance reads prohibiting the parking of vehicles not actively charging in a designated electric vehicle charging parking space, so that automatically that includes like regular cars, right? Like the ICE vehicles, that's inclusive, right? That means if you find a gas equipped vehicle there, you're gonna cite them, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Francis, for bringing this. I have just one correction. I'll just email it to our city clerk and I'll copy you. You're just missing a comma. Page 2 of the ordinance under section 2, item C, exceptions. I think between emergency vehicles and utility company vehicles, it's missing a comma. So I'll send that over.
May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Pete,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
Aye.
Peduri,
Aye.
and Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Our next item is 11C, ordinance amending the salary classification schedule for administrative technician. Ms. Vivian, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, and members of the public. In February of 2020, City Council approved the General Employees Association Memorandum of Understanding. As part of that approved MOU, an increase was provided to the administrative technician classification. And this increase was split into 2 installments. The first one was implemented in July of 2021, and the second increase is scheduled to be implemented July of this year. To make the changes on the city salary schedule, an amendment must be made by ordinance. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of an ordinance to amend the salary classification schedule for the administrative technician classification. This concludes my report.
Do we have any public comment?
No public,
Virtual audience? No?
no virtual. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Move to approve, Your Honor. Staff recommendation.
Second.
Discussion on the motion? May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmembers Tomlinson,
Aye.
Baduri,
Aye.
Coletti.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank
All
you.
right, on to item 12A, the former 6A, the green waste recovery, the rate increase. Let me see if I got the right title. Probably don't. Yes, green waste 2022-23 rate increase. Mr. Go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, this item was on consent, so I do not have a presentation. Tonight, we'll be asking you to approve a resolution for green waste recovery rate adjustment per the franchise agreement to increase solid waste fees for the fiscal year 22-23 by 1.54%. In section 8.2 of the franchise agreement, it allows for these rate adjustments to occur annually based on consumer price index and approved facility tipping fees. The 1.54% increase represents increases based on those items. That concludes my report. This is very typical of this franchise agreement. We brought forth fees similar to this annually as prior to the next fiscal year. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any public comment?
We do have one virtually. Inga Lawrence and Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. We have one of the most egregiously discriminatory franchise agreements with green waste ever penned. It totally discriminates against low fixed income seniors who happen to own a home in PG, who barely manage to keep a roof over their heads. We are required to have garbage service, but are not offered a can size commensurate with the garbage we generate. The smallest size offered is 30 gallons. All other utilities offer a low income discount, and of course, we pay for what we actually use. I have brought this up before with both Milo Smith and then Caleb Schneider, and of course with Emily Hansen of Green Waste at city council meetings, who promised me some sort of action, as well as city hall and council. Noise about changes made by Green Waste and PG's previous employees, but no relief has been forthcoming. When I call corporate Green Waste employees from other areas, offer suggestions such as every other week service, and then say, oops, the city of Pacific Grove doesn't offer that in their contract. We fixed income seniors are a heartbeat away from being homeless, with the inordinate contracts raising sewer fees, all other utilities, Just selling out and moving is no option. This is my home. Of course, also, any of this gets passed on to renters in this city. Talk about inflation and automatic COLA raises. And with Social Security, nothing comes even close to reality of paying the bills. I am asking you once again, and I will bring it up every time. We need some relief from egregious discriminatory contracts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And no other hands, sir.
None? All right, let me speak to that. As Pacific Grove's representative on the Monterey Regional Waste Management District Board, I welcome comments like this. In fact, that suggestion about service every other week actually sounds good to me. It, as the caller pointed out, it will be something that would have to be discussed with Green Waste Recovery. It's not the Waste Management District's thing. But I'm slightly aside, I would encourage anyone that has any concerns about the service or the rates and what is happening in terms of waste and recycling. It's getting more and more complex, and I keep seeing fee increases, small fee increases, but a lot of fee increases. So obviously a lot of small things add up. And so I would encourage everyone that is interested to please email the Monterey Regional Waste Management District Board. I will be working to make sure that they have a group email address and to let your voice be heard. There's very, very few people that write or call in to the board. You know, those are my comments. Councilmember Smith.
Yes, Your Honor, I was prepared to make a motion, but I see that one of my colleagues has his hand up or two, so I'll defer for the moment and hear their comments.
Councilmember Pedori.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Actually, to the caller's point, I remember it was probably Green. I don't know if it was Green Waste or Monterey Regional Waste Management District, basically stating that there would be tiered rates, and essentially for lower income families, the tiered rates would apply. I'm really curious to know whether that was implemented or what came out of it. So perhaps, Mr. Go, do you happen to know, or should we follow up separately?
Councilmember Peduri, through the mayor, I'm not aware of any tier rate being incorporated or amended in the franchise agreement any time in the recent past. So I don't believe that's the case. If that's something the council's interested in reviewing, I'm sure that we could open that dialogue up with Green Waste Recovery. But that would be the discretion of the council.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Can you correct me if I'm wrong? Is this inclusive of SB 1383? I mean, is SB 1383 factored into all of this?
There are some fees associated with the recycling and the processing, minimal. 1383 is more based around Monterey Regional Waste Management District and items like that. But yes, recycling and other parameters based around recycling and refuse is involved with this slight increase. That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think it came during those SB 1383 discussion, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just Councilmember Peduri, to through the mayor, to address the concern you had about the caller's question about some type of care fund that you see with other utilities. The model typically works in a manner that all ratepayers would contribute into a fund, which then would allow for the subsidy to occur. It's usually a 20% subsidy that's given by most of the major utilities in this model. But again, it's something that all ratepayers would contribute into in order for it to be available to take place. And Green Waste has a multi-agency franchise agreement that would, all the members would have to reach some type of agreement, or there'd have to be a carve out specifically for Pacific Grove for that. Just for clarification.
But Mr. Harvey, we don't have that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do not have that.
Yeah. Okay, but something to think about. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Okay, so that was my question, what just got raised, and I felt like that we don't have that was a question. I would like to know if we don't have that, why we don't have that, because I serve on the other services committee of 3CE, and 3CE absolutely has that, and it's in the rate analysis, and there's money set aside for reduction in rates for seniors and those who income qualify. So are we sure that for waste management and green waste that there's nothing like that? And if we're not
Yes.
100% sure, I guess I would just ask that we look into it. I'm curious as to why not.
Councilman Tomlinson, through the mayor, yes, I'm 100% certain we don't have this type of structure with the Green Waste franchise. This franchise was decided before I arrived. Again, it's a multi-agency deal over a number of years. You could certainly request to reopen it for that purpose, but it would require the involvement of those other agencies and Green Waste to do that.
Oh, I guess I wasn't looking at it on the lines of us mandating it as part of our contract. Because like we don't mandate that from 3CE. That's something 3CE does as an agency. So I would propose recommending maybe the mayor as the liaison to the agency to look into for future years to implement something like that across all of their stakeholders.
Thank you. Let me jump in. Thank you very much for the suggestion. It's well planted. Mr. Harvey was only alluding to the tip of the iceberg on the complexity and the contractual obligations that ensue with waste and recycling, collection and disposal. I thought the IRS had complex codes, but the waste management and recycling may give them a run for their money. But I think it's great. It's a great topic, and I definitely will bring it up with my colleagues at the board as well as with staff. Councilmember Smith?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll just move the staff recommendation tonight for what we're doing on the agenda tonight, and that would be my motion.
Second.
May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
Aye.
Paduri,
Aye.
and Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. Let's take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 8:15. We need one more council member to resume. Okay, we've got the quorum. We're now on to item 13A, Lovers Point Beautification Project. Mr. Go.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the City Council. This item is before you tonight as an initiative of the Beautification and Natural Resources Commission in conjunction with Sustainable Pacific Grove and the Knights, the owners of the Adventures by the Sea there at Lovers Point, or Pacific Grove Adventures at Lovers Point. At this point, I'm going to pass it on to Commissioner Ingram of the BNRC, who will be making a presentation tonight on the Lovers Point Beautification Project. Thank you very much. And as always, I'm available for questions afterwards. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you, council members and Mayor Peak for accepting this presentation. I'll share my screen, see if I can get this right. Okay. So this is a Lovers Point Beautification Project. And this project came about the summer of 2021 when Frank Knight of PG Adventures initiated a partnership with the Sustainable Pacific Grove to develop a volunteer program to reduce the litter and trash flow in Lovers Point Park and the beach areas. Prior to this partnership, both the Knights and Sustainable Pacific Grove had advocated for dumpsters to be placed in strategic areas around the park, because when the restaurants were closed during COVID, people would bring their to-go dinners to the coast to enjoy, and the receptacles got quickly overflowed. Council member McAdams had reached out to several different NGOs to ask for some help, and that was the only recommendation that we could come up with at the time. The dumpsters did help tremendously, and the Pacific Grove Adventures employees began handing out trash bags, directing picnickers to use the dumpsters. But the dumpster at the point of the park is hidden as not to create an eyesore for the new business, the new seltzer business there on the point. It was then the idea of beautifying the dumpsters and trash barrels came about. They'd be more attractive and they'd be visible and could potentially be more strategically placed. The painting of the trash barrels and utility boxes has been suggested by residents at several past BNRC meetings. There are 4 parts to this project.
Excuse me, Colleen.
Yes.
Were you planning on advancing the slides?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was just giving you the background of it. There are 4 parts to this project, and not all of them need your attention. So the first part. Sorry about that. The Lovers Point ambassadors. Can you see that?
Yes.
The ambassador pilot program is being overseen by Sustainable Pacific Grove and PG Adventures. We currently have 2 dedicated ambassadors that cover busy times on the weekends, and we hope to grow the program with time. The second part is improving the trash management. Trash management involves Public Works replacing current trash receptacles with dome-topped barrels that are more effective and easier to manage. The current receptacles openings are too small, the containers are too small, and they're really difficult to empty. They aren't wildlife proof either, by the way. Trash management also involves volunteers handing out the trash bags for picnickers and guiding them to place the large trash in the dumpsters. This doesn't replace any city trash pickup needs, but it does make it more manageable. And these are pictures of the barrel types that we're talking about that you see around town. The domed lids with the flaps that keep the wildlife out, and the green waste dumpsters that are out both in the park and at the point. Beautifying the trash containers. Beautifying the dumpsters, barrels, and utility boxes is where we need approval from council. Ideally, this phase would have been carried out in the low off-season. When we first presented to the BNRC, it was in September of 2021, And we thought all this could be done when the receptacles were replaced. But because we're now heading in the high season, we really need to do this step and phases, starting with possibly the dumpsters and adorning the barrels that we replace, possibly with the Pacific Grove city logo decals. The artistic criteria in the call for artists will also need the approval of council. We would be using Pacific Grove art donation form that's already in place, as well as the Sustainable Pacific Grove document that's attached to the agenda packet. This document was developed using guidelines that Monterey shared with us when they initiated a utility box beautification project. Sustainable Pacific Grove and the BNRC Art Subcommittee can work with this document and make any changes that the council feels is appropriate. This slide will show some expectations of the project conveyed in the document so the artist will know. And here are some examples of art that's been done on barrels and dumpsters and also utility boxes from other cities. As a background, Sustainable Pacific Grove prototyped this project by interviewing and corresponding with the city of Monterey and Huntington Beach Arts Alliance to learn the process and materials needed to complete this project. And the middle picture is the Huntington Beach Arts Alliance dumpster parade. They had 30 dumpsters they painted. So they were very helpful with information. Green Waste, as I said, has already approved painting of 2 dumpsters, which may be the first phase of this beautification project. So what we're asking for you today is to approve the beautification receptacles and utility boxes tonight so we can move forward with the project. This is going to be subsidized with the materials needed by the Knight family and the Pacific Grove Adventures. So the barrels are going to be supplied by the city and Public Works, and Dan can talk about that. But if you do approve this project, the next steps would be the outreach for the artist and the artwork, which would be done by Sustainable Pacific Grove and the BNRC. Accepting applications and selecting the art concepts, that would be done by the BNRC. And presenting the selected art concepts to council if needed prior to painting. So this is the equipment that's currently at the park that we're talking about replacing and beautifying. And I have also on the sheet that was, or the other document that's part of the agenda packet, we added some of the common questions we got from the first presentation of this at the BNRC. And I don't know if you had an opportunity to read it, but you may have had questions about what the budget is for this program and if we're paying a stipend to the artist. And the answers would be no, the city does not have a budget for this. No stipends will be awarded to the artist. This project is funded by the Knight family and Sustainable Pacific Grove will be organizing. Is there a plan to paint more boxes? This is a pilot program to allow opportunity for artists to beautify the city. The committee will have full control over the project scope, and the project contains 3 selected boxes, 12 barrels, and 2 dumpsters in total. The painting of the dumpsters will probably be done at the Public Works yard, and the location of the barrels to be painted will be determined, but in Pacific Grove. I have talked with Cannery Row Management to see if there's a possibility we could use some area of the tin cannery while it's not being used for this. And so that's a possibility. And finally, who will maintain this art? Well, the trash receptacles will be maintained by the city. The Buildings and Grounds Division of Public Works is responsible for maintenance of 28 parks and all the trash and recycling receptacles in Pacific Grove. The art will be coated with a graffiti-proof protection, so it'll make cleanup easy. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in person? Please come forward to the podium. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Nice to be here, and I want to thank the Knight family. I know Mrs. Knight used to be a council person at one time. I don't know if you remember that. It's a lovely woman, very charming, and she did a great job on the council. I'm very happy to hear that they're initiating this in sponsorship with the city and putting up funds. My main concern would simply be in the maintenance. I know living here for 40 years, I'm out on my bike, I'm hiking, I'm walking around Lovers Point all the time. And I have noticed not only there, but in downtown, especially in the summer, particularly when we have even worse, a 3-day weekend holiday or an event, that the trash barrels, I'm going to call them, will oftentimes be stuffed to the gills and overflowing, and you probably all have seen this. And I've asked around the city in years past, and this is the first time I've had to mention this, they say, well, we don't work on weekends. So by Sunday afternoon, you'll see a few times a year, not every weekend, of course, you'll see the trash cans just overflowing onto the sidewalk outside and so forth. And I've always wished that we could have at least for those times when it's more critical, have a city employee maybe make the rounds, even though it's a weekend. I know I used to work in the restaurant hospitality business, and I worked every weekend for 32 years. And some people are very adverse. Oh, that's sanctity. You can't ask me to work on the weekend, especially a Saturday or a Sunday. I don't know who negotiates that contract, but there are some duties in the city that would be improved, especially on those busy weekends in the summer months, to go and check and empty those overflowing trash cans. By Monday morning, there's usually a pretty big mess there. I don't know if any of you have seen it. That's all I want to add. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Sally Moore. I don't have any objections, but my thought is about the dumpsters. I believe those are green waste dumpsters, and I have seen trucks pick them up and take them away and bring new ones. So I don't know what the rotation basis would be on that. If they pick it up and empty it, they really get slammed around. So I don't know how long the paint would last, but that's just a thought that came to mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, sir. Jane Haynes.
Welcome.
Yeah, I walk in that park 5 to 6 nights a week, and it just takes my breath away. It is so beautiful there. I really haven't noticed a lot of the overflowing dumpsters that are being discussed here. Maybe I just haven't seen them, but I appreciate so much. This sustainable PG is the role that it's playing. Certainly that the Knights are funding this, I just appreciate so deeply. And I appreciate the BNRC being involved in it. So I just want to say it's just one of the most pleasant aspects of my life. And it's almost every night. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to say that I appreciate this collaborative effort. The Knights who have a business there, working with Sustainable PG and BNRC on this effort, and it'll be a learning process. Just having clean receptacles would be a huge step forward in encouraging people. But I think the idea of having artwork carefully selected is a wonderful idea. And I don't walk there as often as early as I used to, is what I want to say. I used to walk there early every morning, and on weekends especially, and on 3-day weekends, as the first gentleman described, there was trash just totally overflowing. People left bags of trash next to it, next to the round containers. So just having the dumpsters there is great. But but to have, I mean, even if they were solid color, that was not an objectionable color, it would be wonderful. But artwork would be great. Having the ambassadors there, encouraging people with the large gatherings to use big bags and put them in the dumpsters. There's so many really well thought out parts of this, and you know, you may learn that some things don't work and some things are great, but it is a problem that needs attention, and I'm so grateful to BNRC, but and their collaborators, SPG and the Knight family for taking this on. And I hope this will be approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further public comment, Mayor.
Council discussion? Well, I'll start off with also thanking everyone that's involved with this project. I think it's fantastic, the collaboration between Sustainable PG and the BNRC, city staff, and certainly the Knight family. So it's just it's a great collaboration. Thank you very much. Councilmember Tomlinson.
No, thank you, Mayor. And I agree. Ms. Ingram, thank you for presenting this. So clearly, it's obviously been a team effort. I support any kind of pilot program. I think it's a really good way to go about it. There will inevitably be lessons learned, and I look forward to hearing what those are, so we can possibly even translate these opportunities in other areas of the city. Certainly the amount that we pick up, the amount of receptacles is something it's a little beyond, I think, the scope of what you're proposing here, but very adjacent to what we're discussing. And Public Works has done a really great job at increasing that frequency and trying to stay on top of it. It was a hot topic of about 18 months ago at the height of COVID. So I think you said that the approval of the artistry would be by the beautification board, or BNRC and council as needed. I would just say that I don't think council needs to be a part of that approval process unless the BNRC wants it that way. I would be very comfortable with the BNRC being the approval authority for the artwork. And I have a member of the public sitting on my lap who would like to put in a plug for more turtles, hummingbirds, and seahorses if possible. So thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, I'll second those seahorses and everything. I would say that this is being a trash agenda item. This is something that I could not refuse. Let me put it that way. But Commissioner Ingram, thank you for you and the collaboration that you're bringing across the community to bring this forward. Anything with color appeals to me. So you're perfect to go with this. I just had a pointer, if it helps. I know that there is an arts council for Monterey County that actually is in the advocates for artists locally throughout the region. It may be helpful to actually reach out to them as you're looking to find out what kind of artists do you want to embark on this expedition. They may give you pointers. They actually have programs where they talk about arts for healing. They actually have a diverse group of folks that are actually engaged in the community. So something to think of if you find somebody short, but this is a fantastic project. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for working on this and bringing this to the council. I know the ones that they have in Marina, I have been admiring. I know that they partnered with the Marina Youth Arts Council. We have the Monterey County Arts Council, as Councilmember Pedori said, and also maybe, reach out to our students. I did look at the criteria of the art, and I just would hope that whoever is in the art subcommittee just be a little more open to if a kid applies or, not a professional artist. I think that that would be lovely to have all, just sort of like a eclectic array of art. So thank you so much. I definitely am supportive of this, and anything to make the metal boxes and trash receptacles a little nicer would be great. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I just want to express my appreciation for the group bringing this forward, and I wish nothing but the best for this project. And I'm glad to see it, and I think it'll make the park look even better than it already does, which is hard to do, but it'll be beautiful, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm very excited about this project too. And thank you, Colleen, the entire BNRC, Sustainable Pacific Grove, and of course, Frank and Michelle Knight. I think it's exciting that that you've contemplated getting CSUMB involved. Their nature illustration program is fantastic. And on their webpage, they've got a beautiful illustration of a turtle. So that would be worth looking at. I do have a question for our city attorney, however, and that regards Council Policy 900-3. It speaks to a process for accepting public art whereby first the BNRC would review it and then it would come to council. Is that policy germane here, Mr. Laredo?
I don't believe it is because that type of art is more permanent. This is, while this is art, it is more transient in nature. It does not have a permanent life because it's a usable object.
Perfect. Well, with that, I have no further questions other than just unmitigated thank yous. And this is a presentation, so we don't need a motion, do we, Mayor?
It looks like we're going to need a motion.
I have
Okay,
comment.
I would.
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Councilmember Coletti's still working.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the program to go forward. And there's no recommended language for the motion. So left on my own, that's all I can come up with.
Councilmember Emilios.
It's,
We need a second on this.
Well, I'll set.
Go ahead.
I'll second it, but I do have a further comment. This is a great project, and thank you very much, Colleen, and all the others involved. My only thought is also consider high school students in their art programs, which you probably are already in Monterey Peninsula College. They have a great art program there. I prefer great white sharks and surfboards. If you ever think you need some ideas, anyway. That's about it. So I'll second it too.
And I'll just add, jump on the bandwagon of lots of artists in town, not to overlook our own homegrown Pacific Grove Arts Center. And I would be very happy to connect you with the board for our own arts center. So I suspect maybe, well, once this pilot program is successful, we're going to need a lot of trash cans. Anyhow, so the motion was made to move the program forward.
Yes.
Can I second it?
May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmembers Smith,
Aye.
Tomlinson,
Aye.
Baduri,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is 13B, appeal of regional housing needs assessment numbers. This is a program, an item brought forth by the Planning Commission. Welcome, Chair Steve Lilly.
My name is Steve Lilly, and As the mayor pointed out, the planning commission met on May 19th for a special meeting. We passed two motions. The first motion was to have staff or to support staff in its efforts to proceed with the hiring of a consultant to do housing planning. And the second one was a 5-2 vote to ask the city council to appeal the regional housing needs assessment arena numbers. And so this evening, I helped prepare the agenda packet before you, but I kept separate an explanation or a letter describing that action because it was editorial and legal counsel advised me to do that, in part because while we discussed some of those items in the meeting, some of those items were mine as well. The Planning Commission did not pass, and its motion did not authorize me to come here and speak tonight, nor did it make findings. So we felt it best that I would provide a separate letter, which is a 3-page item that's in your agenda packet. So I think probably what sums it up is that one member of the commission made the comment, the RENA numbers of 1,125 households or housing units, I should say, in the next 8 years, that would require us to build 3 units a week for the next 8 years. Well, that's a pretty high number. And I don't know that there's anybody on the commission who doesn't think that those numbers aren't high. We may differ in some of the aspects about how to implement that, but in any case, that's where we are right now. So in my letter, I listed 4 reasons why you should approve this appeal. The first, and I won't go over them, I'll just briefly mention them. The methodology used to protect housing units is flawed. The second one was the RENA numbers are inconsistent across Monterey County, and there's examples in that letter. The third is the RENA numbers failed to address the lack of water and other infrastructure needs. And the RENA numbers are invalid because the city council has not adopted them. So as I said, the letter I have details those various reasons. It seems like what we've heard to date is, here it is, here are the numbers, the AMBAG board, and all due respect to them and our representative there, they approved them and the appeal won't work. Well, I think we can do better than that. And I think there's some who say, well, if we appeal, it might displease people at the state Housing and Urban Development Department, but well, they probably may not like us anyway. And I guess it comes down to the basic question, if we don't stand up for Pacific Grove, well, who will? Others have said that, well, and I know there was a letter written by an individual in the community that their concern is an appeal will delay the planning process. Well, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. And in fact, I think we have to commit ourselves to accelerating the planning process so that housing, land use, transportation, and safety issues are all considered more concurrently than now maybe on the table. The role of AMBAG in this deserves comment. And I would just say, or I would ask, since when does the AMBAG board determine city policy? That seems to me to be the role of the city council. Our charter allows us, or I should say the city council, to pass ordinances, but it doesn't have any language in it consigning decision-making authority to an outside organization like AMBAG. Councils of government were created to be information clearinghouses and conduct studies, not take over city and county governance. It seems to me that the RENA numbers violate that approach. And again, that's my point of view, not necessarily the commission's. Obviously, again, speaking more about AMBAG, the board there must have had some regret about some of this because on May 11th, they approved a resolution asking water agencies for relief from restrictions imposed on the peninsula. This raises a serious problem at the state level. One agency says build housing, another agency says no water, no housing, and a third agency says not in the coastal zone. So which way is it? And that's a really serious fundamental problem here. The fact is, I think everybody on the Planning Commission agrees that we need affordable housing in our community. But state agencies who won't talk to each other, compounded by unrealistic, unreasonable projections, won't get the job done. So it's time we said, let's do this the right way. And so and perhaps then we believe a start is to appeal the re in the numbers. So with that, if there's any questions, I'm here. If not, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, both in the room and in the virtual world, and good evening to staff. As you probably know, I'm on the Planning Commission and I'm on the city's Housing Element Task Force. But I'm coming tonight not speaking for either of those. I'm not authorized to speak by them. I'm speaking as a Pacific Grove resident. I agree that our RENA numbers are very high. I think the chance of our building 1,200 new units in the next 8 years, the chance is probably negligible. But I don't think we should appeal the numbers for a couple of reasons. One is I think the chance of a successful appeal is very small. You might have seen communication from Baird and Driscoll, our housing consultants, who described the appeal process. And they said the few appeals that have been accepted are because of an error in methodology at the AMBAG level. In the Planning Commission, there was no evidence presented to us in our discussion that there was any errors committed by AMBAG in our case. My second reason would be all of our housing work is done by one staffer and one intern. And I think it's fair to say they work very hard, and probably Anastasia Wyatt is already taxed just moving our housing efforts forward. And to waste time on an appeal when we should be spending all our effort on our new housing element and doesn't make sense to me. And my third objection would be, I think this sends the wrong message to people who live here, people who work here, to people who are paying attention to what Pacific Grove is doing. And I think the message is we don't care about housing. And that is not the message the Planning Commission is trying to send. That's not their intention. But I think people looking at what you do tonight, that's the way an appeal would be interpreted. And I just think it's counterproductive and the wrong message. And again, I'm not speaking for the commission. This is kind of goofy to have the chair come up and say one thing and the vice chair come up and contradict. And I understand it's messy, and I'm sorry to put you in this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the item that I mainly was concerned about. I'm thinking back over the recent past, and as I recall, I believe the governor or someone in Sacramento, some agency, did away with our residential zoning requirements. Is that true, or am I just being given false information? That there really isn't any R1 district anymore? And I know in the past, people from the city have contacted me over the decades asking me if I'd be willing to turn my garage into a granny unit. And I said, if I do that, then I won't have a private backyard anymore. And the response from the city employee that day was, well, what do you need a backyard for? And this is a true story. So I just thought I'd share that with you. I did get a little laugh, and that's how I felt. I find this mandate, if that's what I want to call it, of 1,250 residential units to be abhorrent and ridiculous. In a town like Pacific Grove, which is pretty much all built out, where are we going to go? George Washington Park or people's backyards? I mean, if somebody wants to turn their garage, and it's been done, into a granny unit, it's been done, where are we going to get the water? Where are we going to get the parking? I mean, that one gentleman, Steve, gave a great presentation at the beginning from the Planning Commission. I thought his presentation was wonderful, and I really want to thank him for being so articulate and so specific. I'm totally against this whole proposal from the state, if it's a mandate or whatever we want to call it, I'm not a lawyer. We're in no position to build 1,250 units. Maybe you'll get some garage conversions or somebody will add on a granny unit to their house if they have space. But this is not the time or the place for such a situation. And it also reminds me that about 20 years ago, there was a proposal to build needed low-income senior housing at the old lumber yard, which is now next to the Sally Griffith Center. And it was supposed to be for the needs of our local seniors who couldn't afford to pay the rising rents at that time. This is 15 or 20 years ago. And that's the little housing unit down there next to Lovers Point. And what happens? They got involved with South County Housing and opened it up to anyone from anywhere. And I'm often wondered how many actual local seniors were accommodated in that facility. And that's been a thorn in the side of my just in my side, because the mayor then said, we need low-income housing for our seniors, and we're going to build this for our seniors. And it turned out it wasn't for our seniors. So I was really disappointed with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Do you have anyone from our virtual audience wishing to speak? I see we have 26 people on Zoom, and
We have two hands raised. Debbie Beck.
welcome.
Mayor and council, I wasn't planning on calling in on this because I know the commissioner for Mr. Lilly was on. I do sit on the planning commission. However, I am calling as a resident of Pacific Grove, not speaking for the planning commission. I just want to make that very clear. And I think it's important for the public to know that we do have a council member who sits on AMBAG's board. And I still think it's important to be transparent about how we arrived at these numbers. I don't know if the council truly understands it. We went from originally 600 to 1,100. And I think it's important that perhaps our council, Ms. McAdams, speaks to that as well, as how we went from 6 to 1,100. Something that has not been discussed is meter sizes as well. I know during planning commission meetings, because it is public knowledge now, that I mentioned size of meters. You can't just enlarge the size of a meter or have a meter on a parking lot that doesn't have a meter. So there's many aspects that go into this formulation. And I wish the council would truly just, if we have to appeal it, we're still moving forward with the housing element. But if we don't step forward and appeal it, again, even if we can get to a 600 number, which is still unrealistic, but it's more realistic in the sense of 1,100, because I think that's doing a disservice to the residents who perhaps think there's going to be affordable housing over the next 8 years, but yet we don't have resources to do that. We don't have, when our 3 square miles, we don't have the location for it. And I feel like there's a lot of misinformation being given to the public, such as, have you talked to churches? Have you talked to schools? Can we use their land? But great, we have the land perhaps, but we don't have the water meter. We have some water, but we don't have a water meter. So there's the bigger picture to this. And again, I'm just calling in as a resident because I do understand water meter sizes and what you can develop and how much you can build on something like that. If you truly have a water meter, there are residents that have been waiting for years to build on their empty lots because there's no water meter because of the cease and desist order. So I just hope the council looks at this one more time. And I don't think it's going to slow anything down. I don't think it's going to hinder the state looking at us any differently. I think we just want to know, can we appeal it, and can we perhaps get these numbers into more alignment of Pacific Grove, because we are required to build out the highest number of properties or homes on the Monterey Peninsula compared to other communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Haynes.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I I am afraid that you'll appeal and you might win the appeal. Let's say you appeal and they say, okay, oh, you only have to build 500. Well, we can't build 500 either. And so my understanding of the law is that the state is not requiring that we build 1,125 housing units, but it's requiring that we have a housing element that would allow that many to be built. And I think what we need is a housing element that is conditional, that it says we'll have 8-story apartment buildings and there'll be 500 units in each one if there is sufficient water, if there is sufficient road capacity, and so on and so forth. So we need a consultant to get that housing element application in in a year and a half from now. It has to be in by December 2023. And what we need more than anything, I think, is a housing element that will work. So what I'm afraid of is that you might appeal and you might win. And if you win, the housing consultant will have already been working on the housing element on the basis of 1,125. If you win, the consultant is going to have to go back and say, well, okay, it'll be 750 units or 500 or some other number that's not possible. So I think what you need to do is get started now with the consultant to get a conditional housing element, one that is consistent with the other aspects of the general plan, which includes the LCP. And I think you're making a big mistake if you appeal. I agree with at least the first 3 of the 4 points that Steve Lilly made. It is unreasonable. Of course, we can't build 1,125 and so on and so forth. But that's not what you need. You don't need a successful appeal. You need a good housing element that's reasonable. So I really hope you don't go ahead and appeal, because I think it would be a major mistake.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani.
Welcome.
Thank you. There's no question that we need much more housing. We need affordable housing. Planning Commission has made housing a focus for the last several years. They have spent a lot of time and energy in trying to get this figured out. I think that Steve Lilly has presented excellent points. I think you cannot just unquestionably accept an outrageous number like the RENA numbers that have been given to us. So I support appealing the numbers, but I also support, of course, continuing on to develop the best housing ordinance that we possibly can. I hope not 8-story buildings, but keeping community character. And I know that becomes like a dirty word talking about community character because we just need to build more. Well, no, we need to figure out a good housing plan that doesn't sacrifice the quality of life here, but makes that quality of life available for the people who want to continue living here and families and the workers. So it's of course a very complex situation, but I just think it is not right to accept unreasonable numbers, which have not been arrived at any clearly logical method. And and the whole water issue, which is just being ignored. So I hope that you can find a way of moving forward, but still challenging these numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And no further public comment.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've got some questions for Anastasia. The first thing that I guess I'd like to, and I appreciate having this discussion, by the way, that's the first thing I want to mention. But I think we do need to kind of, just as, we need to explain to the public what and why, it seems to me. And I guess the first what is any potential enforcement action. So, Ms. Wyatt, as I understand it now, current state statute does not allow any kind of enforcement action against the city if we don't meet RENA numbers. My understanding is the only enforcement action comes out of the city potentially having a non-compliant housing element. That came from Heather Admonson over at AMBAG. Is that what your understanding is as well?
Good evening, Councilmember. Non-compliance of a housing element could take many different forms, but most likely I could see the state disallowing certain funding streams to the city, taking away more local control. Those are types of things that we could see in the future.
Yeah, understood. I guess what I was trying to do here is differentiate between a non-compliant housing element and quote unquote non-compliance on meeting the RENA numbers. As has been mentioned this evening, we're going to be basically increasing our RENA allocation by nearly 900%. And by doing so, we're obligating ourselves to potentially create, 2.7 dwelling units per week for over 8 years. But again, my point or my question to you is, currently in state statute, there is no enforcement mechanism that can be taken against the city if we do not meet meet that target, the 1,125, as opposed to the housing element, where a non-compliant housing element enforcement action can be taken against the city. Okay, I'm just going to let that stand as a statement based on information I received from AMBAG. So now we're going to speak to the appeal process. And it's been mentioned that the methodologies flawed. It's certainly borderline outrageous, I will grant you that, but the appeal process itself, when you do make an appeal, and again, this comes from AMBAG, my discussion with AMBAG, you have to articulate a position. You have to show not that the methodology is flawed, but that the methodology was applied incorrectly. We wouldn't be appealing the methodology per se, we'd be appealing the number that came out of the methodology. Is that your understanding, Ms. Wyatt?
I believe you would be appealing the method. It depends on how you want to appeal, but you could appeal either.
Okay.
And just a quick note, there are some cities that have been unable to apply for certain funding based on having a non-compliant housing element. So there have been some things that the state has done on housing elements that are out of compliance. And the city is subject to SB 35 regulations because we have not met our RENA obligations. So there are things that the state is already doing and will continue to enforce should we not have a housing element that's compliant and should we not meet our RENA goals. So there are things that we need to consider.
Right. I think AMBAG mentioned that there's no current state statute where they can, perhaps we can be excluded from grant applications. I don't know if that's the case or not, but we cannot, there's no enforcement mechanism like there is for having a non-compliant housing element.
I just want to say that there's the Housing Accountability Act that the state has also created an accountability and enforcement agency, and that's Assembly Bill 72. So I think there are things that we should look at, that we don't want that accountability and enforcement division to look at us as a non-compliant city with our housing element. I think it's very important for us to have a compliant housing element and to try to meet our RENA goals. And we
Sure.
need, right. So those are things that we want to strive to achieve.
Yes, okay. So I think, okay, so that's an opportunity to get maybe information to the planning commission and to city council that what enforcement actually exists in statute. And again, to differentiate between not meeting RENA allocation and then having a non-compliant housing element. I'm just trying to really draw the distinction there. But if we do talk about an appeal, we've got until June 6th, and we've got to really be able to articulate what the appeal was. I heard someone's, Ms. Haynes say, what if we win the appeal? Well, we could lose it too, and we could end up with higher allocation. There's no, either way, it's a mixed bag. We're not going to be able to build the number of dwelling units at 1,125, certainly not even at 500. So an appeal seems problematic to me on a couple fronts. One, we haven't articulated what our appeal will actually be. What part of the methodology did we not follow? Or why is the methodology, the number that the methodology produced, why is that a flawed number? The AMBAG board, you know, they chose to put 40% of the region's allocation into our area, you know, into where they consider us to be an area of affluence. And, you know, that's something the AMBAG board decided, that they're going to take all the allocation for all of the regions and put it in the most, you know, developed area. And that doesn't, it's totally counterintuitive, of course, but we're not going to be able to tell or get AMBAG to change their mind on that methodology. That was option Z, by the way. That was the final methodology that was approved. Now, there has been some, you know, buyer's remorse on that. You know, Supervisor Adams voted to put that methodology forward in January, and then come in April, she voted against it. However, as far as I'm aware, no jurisdiction has submitted an appeal. It's very unlikely that we're going to get the methodology changed, and that the numbers that result from that methodology simply, they're based on a very, very convoluted and with all these unique weightings that produce the 1,125 for our community. And I just don't believe we could convince the AMBAG board. And by the way, our member on AMBAG wouldn't be able to vote during the appeal hearing. I don't think AMBAG is going to be able to change that. And so my understanding again is we're not going to be penalized if we don't meet this incredibly, almost absurd value of 3 dwelling units per week. Not yet, at least, as far as state statutes concerned. But I think we do need to focus our efforts on getting a compliant housing element. And that means getting the planning commission fully engaged. I understand their frustration. I think I was frustrated too, because I didn't understand a lot of, you know, what the methodology meant, what an appeal meant, what you've got to actually do. So I think we need a lot more information to keep everyone kind of on target, where we need to go and how we're going to get there. So I can't support the appeal. I certainly support the frustration that's behind it. And I think better information to the planning commission and to council will certainly help that. That's a lot, but thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So with regards to the state housing element law, an appeal can be filed only for 3 reasons. So Ms. Wyatt, which one of the reasons is the Planning Commission recommending the appeal be based off of?
I don't think that they're based off of any of the appeals. I think that would be a question for Steve Lilly to answer, for Chairman Lilly to respond to.
Is he still here?
Mr. Lilly, yes, you ought to come to the podium.
So your question, Councilmember McAdams, was what of the 3?
Yeah, so the state housing element law allows an appeal to be filed. There's only 3 reasons that they allow an appeal. So what?
It'd have to do with the methodology that was used by AMBAG and the inconsistencies from city to city. And then within our own city, there's a 35% variation, for example, in the number of jobs in the community. And initially, before the first of the year, as I understand it, there was a lot of debate about local jobs versus population. And there's a variation of like 35% between 5,100 jobs that supposedly are available in the community as of a year or so ago from the US Census versus about 8,000 that's in the RENA numbers, and 8,200 in the EDD, the Employment Development Department numbers as of as of 2 months ago. So there's some there's variations like that. So that's the best way I can answer your question, Council Member.
Okay, so it's not really one of the 3 allowable appeal reasons. Okay, so I think Ms. Wyatt, can you describe the success of other California jurisdictions who have filed appeals?
Or there have been in the San Francisco Bay Area ABAG region, which comprises 109 jurisdictions, 28 appeals were filed, 450 comments were received on the filed appeals. 6 jurisdictions sent comment letters but did not file formal appeals. All of those appeals were denied except 1. And that appeal happened to be with Contra Costa County, where the incorrect inclusion of an area that was annexed by the city of Pittsburgh occurred. And then that adjustment happened, and it was increased the number of units for the city of Pittsburgh, and it was a 35-unit change. 50 in Southern California in the SCAG region, there are 6 counties and 109 cities. 52 appeals were filed and 2 were partially granted. So the appeals, not many appeals are getting through the state.
Thank you for that. And then I know, you were attended a lot of these meetings with me. Thank you. In your opinion, when the board was discussing the methodology and looking at the new census numbers and transportation and how many houses have been built in the past, jobs, commuters, TAMC data, et cetera, was there anything, and of course, a lot of the jurisdictions are unhappy about the numbers, right? Like nobody was happy at all to receive the RENA numbers that they received. But in your opinion, in all of those meetings and discussions, was Pacific Grove treated unfairly? I mean, do you think that an appeal is worthy, is needed, would be successful?
I just wanted to clarify one thing quickly too. that AMBAG did not solely make the decision, that AMBAG went back to the state
That's
with,
right.
with certain methodology. And this is the point where we had about 653 units assigned to the city. And the state stated that that AMBAG had not considered AFFH or racially concentrated areas of affluence enough in the methodology. And so the AMBAG went back and created option Z and several other options to deepen the commitment to the state requirement for considering AFFH and RCAA, racially concentrated areas of affluence. And that's where we ended up with the much higher number of 1,125. So that wasn't solely an AMBAG decision. That was through negotiations with the state to meet the government code detailed in that for the AMBAG, for the methodology that was proposed. So I just wanted to clarify that. So those were the factors that really led to us having more units. And so I think the AMBAG followed the methodology, they followed the state guidelines.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. I just am not able to support an appeal either. I would be perhaps open if the city wanted to send a comment or a letter, but really, with keeping with our council goals of creating, create affordable housing or just housing in general, I do think that sends the wrong message. And again, really, none of the jurisdictions were pleased with their numbers. I also understand the housing element to be a planning document. And I think, that we need to remain in compliance. And I'm encouraged that efforts that the city shows will, appease the state. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a pretty complex issue, and I really appreciate Mr. Lilly's presentation tonight. I thought it was very well done. I'll try to cut to the quick here since it's getting late, but I think there's been some discussion up here about the housing element being the planning document that we don't want to have violated, but I think it could be problematic. This just came to me, but it could be problematic if the number in the housing element is high, and even if the RENA people can enforce the number of houses we actually build in the next 8 years, perhaps they could look at the element and show that we haven't built that many. So I think there's ways that they could come down on us for this for sure. I think that so if we set the number, if the number gets set, there may be nothing we can do about it, and I will get to that. But the number gets set and that's the number. And I think it doesn't mean that we're not, I think that an appeal, I understand the folks that would like to appeal as saying, it's not that we don't want to build any new houses, it's that we can't possibly build this number of houses, and we all realize that. So it feels to me, I wasn't there for all the proceedings, but it feels to me like at AMBAG, that 653 may have been a better number when they first came up with that number and then amended the number later on. That's when it kind of became problematic for us because we're not going to be able to meet it. So, and I also appreciate what was said about the labyrinth of California state agencies, how they don't really cooperate and create problem after problem for all the projects that we have. So that we've seen up here for the last, for me, 5 years. And so it's really difficult to get anything done. It's very extremely difficult to get projects of this nature done that can house multiple families or larger than single family homes. So I think our hands are going to be tied. So on the one hand, we have a number we can't hit. And then we have not a lot of open space. Some of the open space we really want to preserve. I mean, we were just talking about Lovers Point and all of our parks. And then we have then all these regulations and agencies that are going to handcuff us to be able to build them. So I don't, logically, it doesn't make any sense. Now that brings me to the question of, and I do admit though, we're, 653 being the first number, we were going to have to come up with that. So we were going to have to find a way, granny units or whatever we had to do to get there. Doubling the number, a little more difficult. So a lot more difficult. So I think where we are is in the next 5 days, do we have the ability to marshal the kind of appeal that will be potentially successful with the rate of success? Probably not. I would like to hear a little bit from staff on what it would consider to be a potential, perhaps Ms. Wyatt could comment on this. What kind of effort would an appeal and undertaking be for the next 5 days? I mean, it's not a lot of time. I think logistics is kind of a problem for us. So I'd like to pose that question to staff, Your Honor. Ms. Wyatt.
If we were to appeal, pretty much, yeah, I would have to drop everything and start working on that. And I'm not really sure what grounds that I should start with on the appeal. I would need direction from you on that. And so that would be how I would move forward.
So, I mean, it's kind of, you'd need legal support, correct? Wouldn't you need legal support in order to do this? Harvey, I think he's looking at me.
Thank you. I think that we would need clear council direction. I think that there is a framework and parameters for what you're able to appeal. And if we don't have clear direction from the council as to what we're supposed to do, it's not a legal question. It's just which of these areas are you appealing under and what are the grounds?
Well, I haven't been presented with the like a rubric or framework that I can look at and tell you which ones. But yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that's what a lawyer would do, but that's because that's what I do. But yeah. So I guess I'll stop there for now and let other people talk. But I think, yeah, it makes sense to me to try to get a reasonable number into a housing element eventually. I don't know that we're going to be able to do it with the timeline we have and the way that it all went down and also the state's involvement. So, and I'm totally supportive of affordable housing. It's really not the issue. Thanks.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you. I've got a couple of things on this. I think it's unrealistic to appeal. That's my first thought. But the question to you, Anastasia, or the staff. So if we go along with the 1125 new housing units to be built in 2023 through 2031, and we don't accomplish it, do we get locked up, or do they come and handcuff us and take us away? I'm just curious, what are they going to do? Fine us? Do you know from your past experience?
Well, just to clarify, what the state is asking us to do is to adequately plan for the 1,125 units. And so in order to have a compliant housing element, I think that's the first start here, is that we create this very compliant housing element, really seriously take a look at how can we meet the 1,125 units with a lot of affordable units included into that equation. So that really is the goal. And I think if we do that, we'll have a compliant housing element, and we will continue to work with the state after that to show we are trying to make progress, like updating our objective design standards, trying to streamline housing. There are things that we can do to show the state that we are a city that is at least attempting to create the plan and then enforce the plan as much as possible. So that's our primary goal.
Okay, so it seems, listening to you, this is unrealistic to appeal this. And I think just like any other goals, the council has goals and we try to meet them, but realistically, we don't meet them all. And that's the reality of it. And the 1,125 new housing units we probably won't reach, but if we show a plan that we're trying, because of the shortage of time, I'm not too much on appealing the regional housing needs at this time.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say that I was in the same boat when the original numbers were published, 1125, and we had not even finished the numbers for the 5th housing cycle element. And here we are talking about the 6th housing cycle element. But since then, I've attended a few conversations, and really what I believe has happened is AMBAG has gone through an arduous exercise to actually get to the numbers. They have incorporated a lot of elements. They have taken a lot of community feedback as well as comments from other planning commissioners and directors throughout the region to come up with these numbers. They've also included what is known as affirmatively furthering fair housing elements into the discussion, which is really driving the numbers up. And it's part of the Fair Housing Act. So I think the numbers, to me, at the end of the day, we are in a housing crisis situation. Essential workers cannot live here in Pacific Grove. And so the numbers to me are, it is what it is. We have to work towards that number to make sure we're compliant. The other things that I noticed that it's not just Pacific Grove. It's other peninsula cities are in the same boat. Carmel has a I would say a ridiculous number too. And how will Carmel get there? But to us, really planning the housing cycle element would be the #1 goal here. I had also inquired at the time that the discussions were going as to what the ramifications were if we were to be non-compliant. And the answer that I received was really my question was actually why we would be non-compliant, because there is a water moratorium. Even if we were to identify all these houses, we have the water moratorium. How would we actually get there? So the answer that I received was really around the planning element again. The city needs to show the intent that we're actually creating these houses. So that would mean rezoning and elements such as these, so that like you can indicate areas where we're showing the intent to proceed with constructing housing. And essentially the water element is its own. Unless the water moratorium is taken off, we cannot build housing. But at least when the water moratorium ceases or goes away, you'll be able to construct housing in those areas where you have rezoned. So my view is that we should not, I appreciate all the comments, everybody coming in to discuss this, because this is a really important topic. But my view is that we should not appeal this. We should stay with the flow as it is and indicate our progress towards achieving the goals as was suggested in the housing community element. I would also want to, just a quick question for Ms. Wyatt. I know the 5th housing cycle element, there are some very low income units that we have not yet basically produced. Does that roll up into the 6th housing cycle element, or how does that work? I'm just curious to know.
We start fresh with the numbers that they've given us. And I believe there's something like 339 new very low that we need to meet in this amount. So those numbers that we did not meet end when the cycle ends and we start with the new number.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mhm.
But those are my comments, thanks.
I'd like to add my thanks to Chair Steve Lilly and the Planning Commission for taking this on. This certainly will not be the last time that we'll need the Planning Commission's efforts to help us address what everybody agrees is a issue to add affordable housing in Pacific Grove. So thank you very much. And every time I listen to the conversations by groups of people, and certainly tonight, I hear a lot of good input, and I think the folks engaged we all become more aware of all the facets and deeper understanding of the issues. And that will be very helpful as we go forward, because we're going to be doing this quite a few times over the next couple of years. So again, thank you to the Planning Commission for all your efforts, past and future as well. And my bottom line is that I look at the cost benefit. What's the cost of doing an appeal, and what's the benefit? And the costs far outweigh the possible benefit. So that's where I stand. I think we're ready for a vote, or let's see, we need a motion. Does anyone, I'm not hearing any support for an appeal, so I'd be surprised if someone wants to make a motion. And I'm not hearing a motion, so this item dies for lack of a motion. All right, moving on to what's now item 13C, former item 6C. It was a resolution on gun control. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a presentation. You pulled the item, but in light of the recent horrible murders and mass shootings that our nation has witnessed, and there was also recently a standoff in Seaside that ended with no one being harmed. And then today in Sand City, there was a officer involved shooting. So that did, the outcome was one death. So for me, I'm a mom. We have actually, out of all the councils, I think in the area, we have the most who have young children in school, with 4 of us having kids. And I just really felt compelled to utilize this resolution. And if passed, included in the resolution is a request to forward to our state and federal legislators. So just briefly in the agenda packet, this does demand action from our state and federal representatives to adopt stricter controls governing the sale, transfer, possession, manufacturing, and distribution of all firearms, dangerous weapons, and ammunition. The resolution also states that the City of Pacific Grove supports organized student and adult ally action to amplify students' voices and work toward creating a future where children are no longer murdered in schools. And then third, as I spoke, transmit copies to state and federal representatives. There is a lot of reference materials included in the packet, and unfortunately a 9-page list of school sites that have had mass shootings. So that's all. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Welcome.
Thank you for the welcome, Vince Tuminello. I have mixed feelings about this. First of all, I appreciate Councilperson McAdams bringing this to your attention because it is horrible, and we should almost have a moment of silence for the children who recently were slaughtered by this person who I didn't know him personally, but I could only assume he must have been deranged to pull a stunt like this and kill innocent little elementary school kids. I think it's good that we put something together expressing our condolences and our feelings that more needs to be done. I'm not sure how specific we have to be about gun manufacturers and so forth. I think it's pretty obvious from what I've heard in the news recently about what actually took place in Texas was that the building wasn't secure. A teacher had left the door unlocked. This fella had shot at a funeral home 15 minutes before he got to the school. He crashed his car. No action was taken to stop him. Okay, I could overlook that, but the school wasn't secure, and all of our schools need to be more secure before we look at gun manufacturing, ammunition manufacturing, and so forth. And my feeling on that is it's not the gun that kills the kid, it's the person. So if the person can't get into school, if we cut this person off ahead of time, if we have maybe more psychological evaluation, more prosecution, more investigation of people who are at risk people. I mean, how many times have we heard of somebody that was arrested 19 times and then he kills somebody? How can somebody be arrested 19 times and still be on the street? We need more security. I've heard lots of proposals from knowledgeable people as how to secure the schools. Maybe we need armed guards there, or retired policemen, retired military, so on and so forth. There's a lot of things we could do. So if we do send this type of a letter to the government, I think we should include some of the other dynamics that weren't mentioned by Councilperson McAdams. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Welcome.
Richard O'Mara. I've been here a long time. I'm just curious, has anything been done since the shooting a couple days ago at our schools? Anybody know?
Yeah, Mr. O'Meara, we don't answer questions during public comment. You're just free to speak.
Oh, is that the way it is? Well, I think that's a silly system, but I mean, this isn't the first time we've had these shootings. We've had shootings throughout the country for a long time, and we've had the same talk. You're going to do something. You're going to do something. People have called the police department. What are we going to do? It doesn't happen. So maybe it's just time to get off our butts and put some policemen up there or people up there who know how to defend things and stop just talking about it. You're waiting for something to happen? I don't understand. Okay? This is not the first time in the state. It's not the first time. We know we're going through a problem on society. We know we've got a lot of people out there that are having mental difficulties because of pandemic and everything else. Let's stop it now. Let's get somebody out there tomorrow. Let's get a policeman out there. We don't need them going around giving tickets. Put them up there in a car. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have some online hands. Debbie Beck.
Welcome.
Mayor and council, and thank you to the last two speakers. I don't think there's a person in this country that doesn't have heartfelt condolences to the families and the community of Uvalde, Texas. My immediate reaction was I reached out to a parent and said, what can we do? What can we do as parents of this community? It was not about writing an ordinance. It was about taking care of our village, which is what we need to be doing. In reading this ordinance, the recent May 2022 mass shootings in Laguna Woods, California, Buffalo, New York, Uvalde, Texas, and Seaside, California have left our nation heartbroken, and the city Grove and Pacific Grove is compelled to take action. When did we have a mass shooting in Seaside in May of 2022? That's misinformation, and I don't think this needs to be going to our federal government. In addition to that, number 4, the City of Pacific Grove supports organized student and adult action to amplify student voices and work toward creating a future where children are no longer murdered in schools, including such activities as walkouts, sit-ins, civic training, so forth and so on. Again, we need to be proactive here. We don't need to be spending city time on an ordinance, in my opinion. Even Council Member Emilio, who's doing a memorial, I would love to see our entire council work together with our school district and do something and not make it an individual memorial service, to say I'm doing this with the chamber. That felt wrong to me. In doing a little bit of research, we had our first college shooting back in the 1800s. We've had school shootings from K through 12 since the early 1900s. And both of the speakers have made it very clear. I even reached out on social media because there was a police car parked there in front of the middle school. We had a presence throughout Pacific Grove. I said, I'd love to see those on site at all times. We as a community, as a council, need to come together with our school district because people live here because of our school district. So we need to support each other and support our children and create some type of, whether it's volunteer service or resource officers throughout each school with the police car sitting in front of it. Again, and secure our sites. We need to start within our community, and putting an ordinance out to, the president and the vice president, to me, is a waste of time. So let's start within our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Gianni.
Welcome.
It came back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't see this as asking for an ordinance. It's a resolution demanding that our state and federal government do everything they can to make sure that guns are in the hands of safe, responsible human beings, and that assault rifles aren't just sold willy-nilly and what is it, automatic rounds of ammunition and all that. I agree with Debbie Beck that it would be wonderful for the community to work together as well. But I think it's meaningful for our community to be represented to the federal and state governments for whatever support that may give our representatives there. This, we can't just ignore this. We can't just let it go by because it's just one of many. This is a horrendous situation to think how our children feel about going to school. It's unimaginable. So I do hope that the council will support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No other public comment.
Council comments, council discussion? Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem McAdams for bringing this as well. It is really unfortunate when I see folks prioritizing guns over human rights. So that's where I stand. And really the events of just last week, but in general, I would say we need to do better as a nation. And I think this needs to be sent over to provide solidarity as a whole, as a nation. What I would ask Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, if you can, is I believe we need to unify everyone, and to unify everyone, we need to have language in here which rather than saying gun control, I advocate for stating gun reform, because we're really working towards reforming the system. And I know this resolution kind of encompasses action from state and federal representatives to adopt stricter controls, but really I would just like to voice this. Whether you want to include this or not is up to you. But I would like to raise the age for purchasing a semi-automatic rifle to be 21. I don't see any reason why anybody who's 18 should be able to purchase a semi-automatic rifle at all. So I would like that minimum age to be raised. I would also like to ban all any kind of like high capacity purchases of ammunition, any purchases of high capacity ammunition magazines as well. It seems like the language that you have here really talks to that as a whole. But if you want to introduce elements like those, I'm open to that too. But thank you for bringing this to council, and I support this.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, for bringing this. And generally, I support it. I think in regards to maybe wordsmithing it a little bit in regards to the stricter safety measures rather than controls. And the other question I had was number 4 on the thing, the city of Pacific Grove supports organized student and adult ally action to amplify student voices in regards to the murders, and then include such activities as walkouts, sit-ins, civics training, voter registration campaigns, and others acts of civil disobedience. I think all in all, it's fine, but that item 4, I don't know if the city of Pacific Grove wants to encourage student walkouts. I don't know if we're in the market for doing that. That's just my thought on it. Maybe that part may be tempered down, but I don't think the city of Pacific Grove should be supporting organized student walkouts. That's my comment.
Other council comments? Okay, well, I pulled this one, so I guess it's my turn. Thank you, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, for bringing this forward. I think nearly everybody in the United States recognizes that gun violence is a serious problem. You go online and you look at the Pew Research Gallup survey of top problems and issues in the United States. I think gun violence is about number 5 in there, just ahead of COVID. We've heard that, and everybody's got some ideas, and there's things in this resolution. There's a lot of ideas about curbing gun violence, and it's a wide spectrum from mental health on one side, perhaps, to take away guns on the other side. There's been comments about, well, we have to defend our schools. Well, I think the school board, it's their property, their schools. They might have something to say about that. We don't run the schools. We have no authority at schools, just FYI. This reading I've taken, I've looked at, illustrates that issuing or the way to address gun violence is highly partisan, and no surprise to anybody. And so it is very much a political decision as to what kind of actions, even if we could all agree, and I think we do actually, that we need to curb gun violence, is, well, what form of action would that take? And I just heard some comments just tonight on this document that indicated maybe there's not unanimous agreement on everything that's in this particular document. If people want to put out a letter, then I suggest that we get a few people together to look at the wording. Words do matter. I would ask that folks think about and focus on what we can do in Pacific Grove to help curb gun violence or violence of any form. Sending letters, okay, that's a good thing, and there's a lot of people are very frustrated, as myself. And sending letters, is a good action to take, but We ought to be thinking about what we can do here, our own actions in Pacific Grove. That's my thoughts. Okay. We're going to need a motion or more comments to continue.
Well, there's a third option, no motion, but I think I have to just, I'll go ahead and just say that I completely agree. We need to curb gun violence. And, you know, I think that there's a letter could be a good way to do that. We could look through this document. Obviously, there are some things in here brought up by my colleagues that I also agree. Probably I would not support exact verbiage and things like that. But the general consensus, I think, is pretty much uniform among us, it seems so far. But as far as what this action tonight, I think maybe perhaps we should do what the mayor is suggesting and take a look at this more closely at the exact language for tonight.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I support that too. This is a very big issue. It is highly partisan. And I want to have a very serious conversation about it. And I think there are some elements to this particular resolution that perhaps either aren't factually correct or could be fully more fleshed out. So I think it's fine to voice outrage, but I think we need to articulate what our exact position should be, and we should do that as a council. This was one person's, bringing this to council, but we should ruminate on it collectively, and I would support that.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, and thanks for the comments. So do we want to form like a subcommittee to look at the resolution and rehash it out, or what does the council want to do?
Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to understand your question first. I thought it was a two-pronged question. One was to review this document to basically see what our approach is. But the second question was, what do we need to do from a community perspective to make sure such an event does not happen? And
Oh, no, my question was only pertaining to the resolution, to get it adopted, because I'm hearing from Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Coletti that they would like to review it and edit it. So I'm wondering if they want to form a subcommittee to make the edits, or how to move forward.
Do we have any volunteers? Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not interested in being on the subcommittee, but I feel like it was sort of your idea. So maybe I'd volunteer you to be on the subcommittee.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, but I would.
No, I'm sorry. I mean the mayor. It was the mayor's idea.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Got it.
I guess, I'm fine with it as it stands, but if you all want to wordsmith it, I'm sure it can be improved. And those who are interested in doing that, I think should be on the subcommittee. And I would say thank you in advance.
Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, if nobody's volunteering, I'm happy to volunteer.
We'll need a motion.
To have a single person subcommittee, or what's the motion for?
Well, it looks the motion for a subcommittee. If we're going to have a subcommittee, will require a motion. I don't, a subcommittee of one doesn't
Right.
need a motion or a subcommittee.
I think,
So,
I can
so
make
I
a
think my
motion.
question is then, so the council members who want to wordsmith the resolution are not wanting to participate in the subcommittee? I'm kind of confused. I'll just make a motion to approve the resolution. And I do like Councilmember Pedori's suggestion of, instead of gun control, gun reform. I do think that that is a much better way to word that. But if Councilmember Coletti and Councilmember Smith want to go further than that, then I think they would need to serve on the subcommittee.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Okay, Councilmember Tomlinson.
I move that Councilmember Pedori and Mayor Peak serve on a subcommittee to bring this back.
Thank you for the offer. I don't accept.
I'll second Councilmember McAdams' motion to approve.
Oh my goodness.
Any further discussion on the motion to approve? If not, may we have a vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Peduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
I'm
Councilmember Emilio.
Yes, I'm going to change my vote on this because I think some wordsmithing has to be done, but I'm very involved with this memorial coming up, so I can't, but I'm going to change my vote to no.
Okay, motion passes 5-2. Mayor Peak and Councilmember Emilio dissenting. All right, we're on to a closed session item, conference with labor negotiators, which are myself, Councilmembers Smith and Coletti, and it's in regards to the employee, the city attorney. Do we have any public comment?
I see none in person or online, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll now adjourn to closed session and we'll report out at the next meeting.
Okay, just a reminder that council members will need to log off and re-sign in on the closed session Zoom link.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Bye, everyone.